Okay, we should be good now, Ms. Sharkey.
Thank you. Let's go on the record. So good morning, everyone. Today is the 5th day of evidentiary hearings in EFSB 22-03 and D.P.U 22-21. Just a couple of things before we resume with testimony from the company's witnesses. First of all, I want to let the parties know that the citing board would like to have a procedural conference and motion session at the start of Friday's hearings. Specifically, we want to have that session to address first off the record and then on a longer and prolonged discussion relative to the two motions we've received, one from Eversource and one from MIT, requesting supplemental notices be issued in this proceeding. In that off-the-record discussion, and as we'll memorialize on the record in the motion session following that off-the-record discussion, we expect that there will be a longer and prolonged discussion related to the two motions, the requests for the additional notice, and how to fit those, the process associated with potentially issuing those notices within the parameters of the existing procedural schedule. We'll still start at 10. And after both the off-the-record discussion and the on-the-record motion session are concluded, we will resume our examination of the company's witnesses. Do any of the parties have any questions with regard to what I've just said?
No questions about it, Ms. Sharkey, but just I guess a statement. The city is probably going to request leave to file some pre-filed testimony, very brief pre-filed testimony, similar to what Somerville filed. We haven't filed a motion to request that yet, but probably will by midday or so today, and then be ready to file the testimony on by Friday if that's allowed. So there's still some issues that we're dealing with in the background, but I just wanted to bring that up. I don't think that that would rise to the level of needing to be discussed like the motions that you just described, but I wanted to at least bring it to your attention.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Olson, for letting me know. We'll review the motion once it's filed and attempt to address that as soon as possible, given the timing for in the current evidentiary schedule for the presentation of intervener witnesses.
Understood. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions, either with regard to the motion session that I just discussed or anything else of a procedural nature?
Ms. Sharkey, may I make one comment, please?
Please, Ms. Evans.
To the extent the City of Cambridge's motion filed later today indicates any indicates whether the other parties assent to the motion, it allows us to deal with it faster. So that would be really helpful if that could be included in your motion.
Yes, thank you. That's one of the behind the scenes things that is happening now. And Mr. DeTore, you probably had got an email, which you maybe not have seen yet, but requesting something along those lines.
And of course, Mr.
Yeah.
Olson, I'm sorry, Mr. Olson, also you would need to address in the motion the reason why it's a late filed motion to offer pre-filed testimony.
Yes, understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did receive it, Mr. Olson, and will respond to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else before we move on? I'd like to let the parties know that at this point, we're not going to resume with questioning on environmental topics, in part to accommodate schedules of the staff, and to keep to the existing schedule of evidentiary topics that we had distributed to the parties earlier. We are going to move to route selection. And we believe the remaining examination that the staff may have regarding environmental topics will be relatively limited, and we'll set the schedule for that at a future point, if that's acceptable to the company.
Yeah, no worries on our end.
Thank you. In that case, let me ask the company if there are any additional witnesses that need to be sworn with regard to route selection topics.
That's a great question. I believe all our witnesses who are likely to be responding to questions on the topic of route selection have been sworn. So I think we're ready to go. But if I prove to be wrong, we will alert you to that.
And to the extent you need to bring someone else on who hasn't been sworn, we'll just do that at that point in the hearing.
Thank you.
Who on the bench would like to begin with questions regarding route selection?
I can go first.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me loud and clear? Thank you. Now, let me run you through my understanding of the company's route selection methodology, and I would base my questions off it. Now, the company seems to have followed a 5-step approach, if I may. Initially, it narrowed down to candidate routes through a process of stakeholder consultation and community engagement. This was followed by the development of a route scoring methodology, which was followed by applying this route scoring methodology and identifying the company's preferred routes and preferred alternatives. Once these were presented, the company did, incorporate feedback that the EFSB gave the company, and that was developed as the hybrid route S15. Since then, the company has gone back to check viability of the alignment and revised the S15 route. Now, is there anything that I've missed on, or anything that the company would like to add in terms of process?
If I could, Ms. Divakar, I'd like to step in and add a few pieces to the beginning. As you stated, Eversource has undertaken a holistic and community-centric process as it pertains to route selection. Our process has been thorough, methodical and iterative as we worked with each entity. The route selection process actually begins with the identification of a study area. And that study area is inclusive to ensure that we've addressed a wide enough area of routes to review that gives us geographic diversity and allows us enough opportunities to overcome challenges that we may see throughout the routes. So the areas are rather large. The next step is to go through the development and vetting of a universe of routes. The process that Eversource undertook was to first take our review of what those potential universe routes were and to meet with the stakeholders and the communities to ensure that we had covered all of those routes and to ensure that we had feedback on each of those various components of the routes. So the universe of routes that we started with, we significantly added to over the 4-month period that we were initially vetting those with the stakeholders, and those continue to evolve throughout several years. Once we then vetted those universe of routes to see if any were unconstructable or had specific challenges, such as it would take 10 years to permit this type of line, so that would not meet the goal of this project, but maybe something we could consider for future projects, or would make a project potentially cost prohibitive. In some cases, they were deemed to be unconstructable. And so the routes that we were able to take and then stitch together, for lack of a better word, because we didn't go into this process saying these are the routes of the project and we're trying to prove those out. We went in and said these are all of the streets that we can use throughout Cambridge and which ones can be successful and which ones can we put together to make a successful route. When those pieces were stitched together, we then brought those forward as candidate routes that were essentially scored, as you discussed. The routes that we brought forward to the siting board were carefully vetted with all of the stakeholders. It was a process that we continued to meet with each of the stakeholders to bring them along on, I would say, this story of development of routes. So each stage, we were going back to the stakeholders and saying, this is where we are. This is the process that we're in. This is the information that we've collected to either verify or confirm comments that you had made. And these are the decisions that we're making because of those comments. And this is our next step that we're looking for more feedback with you on. So each stakeholder was made aware of where we were, how we were progressing, and the decisions that we're making throughout that process. When we got to the point where we had scored the routes, because that is one piece of a routing analysis of scoring the routes. The other piece is, does this work with the community? Are the costs reasonable to be put on our customers? And does this provide the most reliable solution? That's what really brings us to identifying those top 2 routes. And then those top 2 routes, we then go through a much more robust process, specifically in the communities, to say, what is your feedback on how to make this forward? And then a final route is decided. When it comes to the route of S15, we had gone through the process of working with the communities and the city. The city had expressed their feedback to us that they would prefer for us to use the Grand Junction corridor, but were aware of the cost, the significant cost increase that would create. And because our responsibility is to be responsible to our customers, that's why we made a decision to proceed with S1A. When the siting board asked us to go back and look at a hybrid route, and we worked carefully with the city of Somerville, the situation had changed in their development prospects, and they were comfortable with the city proposing a route through those development areas, which brought up the hybrid S15. It did take Eversource through working carefully with the MBTA to cross the Green Line extension, thoroughly understanding the construction development as it was happening in Somerville, and to assure that we had fully vetted the engineering and construction constraints of working in that constrained area. It did take us a year to get to a point of determining that, yes, we could construct S15 and have such petition to put it on the record as our principal route. So that, I would say, that rounds out your understanding of the process. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you very much for the very elaborate response. Now, I'd like to pick on some points of the process that you just described. Now, you did mention that when after the candidate routes were selected, when you brought the proposal on routes to the EFSB, it was vetted with stakeholders. That's one point. That's one point. Another point that I'd like to confirm is, you said once the scoring analysis was done, that is on the candidate routes, once the scoring analysis was done to identify the preferred routes, right? You did additionally consider cost, you did consider reliability, and you did consider whether those preferred routes as per the routing analysis worked for the community. At that point, was there an engagement with the community? That is, after the preferred routes were selected going by the routing methodology that the company followed, was there a point at which the community consolidated feedback from the community?
Yes, there was. And I'm going to ask my colleagues in our project services department to elaborate on that. Would you like to start, Mr. Lanham?
Or I will. So as Ms. Benjamin described, we really took a community-centric approach to this from the beginning. And I don't want to repeat what she said, but if you can imagine all of these iterative discussions where we're having these with the municipal contacts and the agency contacts, we're constantly trying to refine how we're going to interconnect this new substation into the existing substation. It was a very elaborate, iterative process. And once we got to these routes that we felt like were constructible and the municipalities would support us going through, and the municipalities and the other stakeholders going through some optional routes, we did engage the community on those routes. And we started with focus groups to try to get a
I'm sorry, we started with what?
Focus groups. We tried to get initial input as we were further refining these. And as we polished and refined these routes, we did do community engagement that continues. And I think this is where you were asking about. So yes, after we had announced our preferred and noticed alternative routes, we continued to stay engaged with all of our stakeholders, informing them of where the routes were proposed, informing them of the decision criteria. They were kept informed throughout the entire process. And as the S15 route specifically was being considered, Meredith helped engage with particular groups of stakeholders that would be impacted by that modification of the S15 route. So yes, we did stay involved and engaged with them. And if I could put Meredith on the spot, she really took the mantle at that point to go back and work with the community members and explain what these new routes might involve. So Meredith, could I ask you to kind of fill in?
Sure thing. Thank you, Mr. Lanham. And please just let me know if you have any trouble hearing me. I know my volume was soft a little bit earlier today. So I think one of the hallmarks of this project in particular was during the public hearing we first had in, I believe it was June of 2022, we heard feedback from individuals in the community. And shortly thereafter, myself and my team reached out to those individuals. And this is where our engagement and outreach process really comes into play, because we were, one-to-one individual conversations, making sure we understood what their concerns were, listening to their concerns, and working with them to address them. And I think throughout that process, as Ms. Benjamins and Mr. Lanham also touched upon, that was part of what helped inform our decision to work through what we now call the S15 primary route. And it was really in collaboration with the neighbors, addressing their concerns about going down congested streets, specifically along Hampshire and Columbia, and keeping them informed along the way. So multiple conversations with those residents, again, and what we would really strive for is this two-way conversation, so that we can listen to what folks are saying, do our very best to incorporate that feedback, and then implement it. And that's the process we took between the June 2022 public hearings and the, for lack of a better term, refiling of the S15 route, or the notice of the S15 becoming our primary route. And I'm happy to elaborate if you have any other questions, Ms. Divakar.
Thank you. I think my question would be, I am aware that the company did submit, a summary of stakeholder, engagements, meetings that the company did as part of an attachment to the analysis. I just wanted to confirm if that list is updated with all the meetings you've had after the preferred routes were selected through routing analysis.
I'll try to take that. I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Benjamin. I apologize.
Let me just start and then you can take over. The petition is inclusive of all of the outreach that was completed. And to get to the crux of what your question was, there were opportunities for all community members and stakeholders to provide feedback on those preferred routes before we filed our petition. And that's where we got feedback as to, of the top two, which would be the preferred and which one would rise to the top for the communities. Todd, can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, that's exactly right. If the question is, does the attachment in Appendix 4-1 cover the engagement that we had with the stakeholders, all of the stakeholders, up until the moment of filing? Yes, it did. It was a very thorough representation of all of the outreach that we performed.
Let me ask this of you. Do you have any updates with regard to additional stakeholder engagements that have happened and not covered in that list?
The answer is yes. If you're asking if we've continued to stay engaged with the stakeholders beyond what's on the list, yes, we have, and we continue to stay engaged with them throughout this entire process.
In that case, we would like information regarding what those stakeholder engagements have been. And if you could just update that list of stakeholder engagements to as on date, if you could give us an updated list of stakeholder engagements.
We can certainly do that. That will include the information that Meredith was speaking to about the extensive outreach that we undertook in the areas of the Somerville routes. That will also include notes and information on correspondence and outreach that we've continued to have with MIT and other stakeholders, including Somerville and Cambridge, and other work that's continued to happen with other stakeholders and other routes.
Thank you. I think you got my drift. Thank you. So, Ms. Sharkey, how would you like to go about this?
So if we can memorialize that as a record request, Ms. Divakar, it would basically, I believe, be an update of the continued outreach meetings that the company has held to date regarding the proposed routing options with different members of the community and relevant stakeholders. Since the date of the filing of the petition in this proceeding and the information that was provided in the petition with the notes of the meetings held prior to the filing of the petition.
Thank you.
And that would be record request EFSB 26.
Ms. Divakar, forgive me, but I just want to pose, and I don't recall if I heard my colleagues mention this as well, but during the discussion regarding the outreach that occurred prior to filing,
Yep.
Todd and Meredith, we should probably talk briefly about the open houses that the company held where we presented the routing information. I think that was also an important marker, you know, in the history of the project. That's probably worth mentioning.
Certainly, I'll take the start on that. So I think we have talked a little bit before about the open houses. The open houses were conducted back in, if I remember correctly, 2000. Bear with me, I'm just trying to find the dates.
Like October 2021, Todd, according to my files.
That's what sorry, yes, October, the 2021 period. So we took a unique approach to these open houses. Again, trying to be inclusive and inviting for our community stakeholders to participate. We, in advance of the open houses, and apologies for repeating some of this, we did have pop-up events that served two purposes. One was to generally get the word out about the upcoming open houses. So we were literally having hyper-local in-community events to talk to people about the project that might not normally participate. We had live interpreters with us so that we could speak in languages if English was not a resident's first language that we were engaging with. And we used those those pop-up events to advertise and facilitate, or advertise and promote, the upcoming open houses. We had 6 open houses. We did not, customary, we would have 1, maybe 2 open houses for a project, but this one, again, we took a unique, inclusive approach to have multiple open houses, different days, different times of the day, so that more could participate in those activities. They were virtual. We found, especially during the pandemic and coming out of the pandemic, that virtual platforms were very well received by the community, and we saw that in our attendance. We had very good attendance during these virtual open houses, even finding that the ones that were during the lunch hour were more popular than the ones in the evenings, because, again, taking in the community feedback that sometimes the evening hours between homework, school activities, other things that the typical abutter or the typical family might encounter, these midday events were very appreciated by those that participated, and it provided a unique opportunity for some to participate that might not. So we felt like having the total of 6 open houses, 2 per community, was very inclusive and offered a level of flexibility that, quite frankly, we were very proud of. And again, from several years back, and we continue to refine this to this day, it was a different approach in the attempt to be inclusive and keep everyone informed.
So, Mr. Lanham, to the extent that the information regarding the open houses that may have been held prior to the filing are not reflected in appendix 4-1. I would like to modify record request EFSB 26 so that the information related to those meetings are added to the company's response to record request EFSB 26 and the post-filing community outreach meetings that have been held that are also do not appear in appendix 4-1.
Can I assume that you're looking for the presentation material?
I would be happy if the company would could include that as part of their response. However, if they've otherwise provided that information, it would be sufficient to refer to the discovery response in which that information was provided.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Ms.
Ms. Sharkey.
Divakar, sorry.
Thank you. So I'd like to spend some time on the company's route selection methodology now. Now, let me add some context to the question. I was referring to the Andrew Devar case that the company filed with us earlier.
I'm sorry, I was referring to the what?
I'm sorry, Alan. I was referring to one of the cases that the company filed with us earlier.
Do you mean in another docket?
Yes.
Ms. Divakar?
Yes, the Andrew Devar case, EFSB 19-03.
I'm forgive me, I just don't know what the word is. Andrew Devar.
Yes,
Devar, D-E-W-A-R.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So I understand that the company, in identifying criteria to assess transportation impacts of the project, did consider impacts to public transportation by opting for bus stops and T stations as one of the parameters, and lengths of public transit segments outside consideration of traffic impacts. So the parameters included traffic impacts, bus stops or T stations, and the lengths of public transit segments. Now, in this project that's before us here, we have areas, especially those that are predominantly institutional and educational, such as MIT, which heavily depend on public transportation. Now, in this project, the transportation impacts that the company have, the transportation impact criteria that the company has considered are not as elaborate. You know what those criteria are, right? So now let me also bring your attention to another criteria that was elaborated in the Andrew Devar case. It was the constructability criteria. Now, in that case, the company chose, the right-of-way widths, which were less than 30 feet. It chose existing transmission lines outside the criteria that the company has currently chosen, which include utility density and complex crossings. Okay, now, even after the development of the S15 route, the hybrid route, right, and the challenges that the company seems to have faced to find sufficient underground duct space along some of these routes, the company limited its constructability criteria to existing utility density and high impact crossings. Now the question is, having given all this context, please explain the company's choice of the constructability criteria.
Thank you for that question. I will begin and then we'll ask Mr. Howard to elaborate. And I am going off of memory of the Andrew Square to Dwar Street case. but I can reflect upon the decisions that were made there. Now, as we've talked about, each time we go through a routing process, our goal is to be consistent with cases that the EFSB has seen and issued decisions upon, but to improve that process. Constructability is one of those components that continues to evolve to ensure that we are carefully articulating what those specific challenges are to each of the routes and not potentially overlapping with things like cost. We have received feedback in the past that if we include length of a route, that is also reflective within the cost. So therefore, we have stopped using that specific category because it is true, the longer the route is, the more expensive it is. So in the case of the constructability components, the real differentiating factors between our candidate routes before we undertake the additional level of survey to find the specific space in the roadways is that density of utilities within the street. And that's just a picture in time because there's different surveys that we undertake throughout the process. The utility density piece is looking at surveys from a flat perspective of how dense is the street, how many utilities are there, and what are the size of the utilities. Utility density is
If I could just, I need a clarification. If you can go back, did you say some kind of flat perspective, did you say?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So what did you mean by that?
So what I mean by that is that you're looking down on the street. You have no dimensional perspective. You just know that throughout the street, you have all of these utilities, but in the reality, there's a spatial orientation, a vertical alignment, where when you peel that up, you can see utilities where they are specifically located and whether there are opportunities to move through those utilities based on depth. So the utility density is a way to look at and say, this is how complicated it could be for us to potentially design this route. And at that point, we're getting the additional survey that's called that gives us what we call the plan and profile piece to look and see where specifically, how deep do we need to go to fit the transmission line. So the quantification is looking at all different types of utilities and how they spread across the landscape of the streets. Now, I will say utility density is not all created equally. There are specific issues with different types of infrastructure in streets that are easier to work around or more difficult to work around. And the utility density piece is looking at an opportunity to quantify how difficult it will be to fit in the street. For example, an MWRA line is very large and could be aging infrastructure that needs to be managed in a different way than electric distribution circuits. Steam lines that release heat need to be managed much differently than a smaller sewer line, because steam lines release heat and they can affect how a line operates. So we're looking at a piece in time of that utility density and how it can translate into how challenging it is to design the project and how challenging it is to construct the project.
So
let me just add to that a little bit, because the context for Andrew to Dewar was really about a reliability project intended to prevent a flat station given an N-1, situation. There are 3 stations tying. You're going from a K Street substation in South Boston with 2 circuits out to Andrew. You also have 2 circuits from K Street to Dewar Street. So the Andrew to Dewar line was intended to tie those 2 stations that would be islanded, left stranded load if there were to be some kind of an outage based on that requirement. So when we're looking at the criteria for doing the analysis, you're looking at 2 things. One is if you're paralleling the existing circuit, as you mentioned, then the reliability is really at risk, given now you put the one new circuit in parallel to like a set of two circuits, say, coming out of the Dewar Street substation. Then additionally, in operation, you could cause the existing circuits to be derated, given the install of this new circuit, like impacting your existing, and there's really no way of changing that circuit's ability to carry load. So that's why we kind of pulled it out, like, of the criteria, so that we could give it its kind of just priority from the standpoint of, if we're looking to solve a reliability issue, we wouldn't want to install a circuit that would have an impact to the reliability if there was an appreciable paralleling of the existing circuit, which we don't have in this case, which I believe is some of the reason why we may not have intended to pull it out. Because when we're doing the routing, there's a discussion around, hey, do we bring forward the criteria from a previous project, because the criteria, like, is iterative. So if we're kind of keeping a live document and learning as we go. So the different stakeholders internal to the project team will chime in and try to, like, advocate for their asset, whether it's community outreach or, in my case, engineering. There's a heated conversation looking to make sure that like all of these bases are covered.
And Ms. Divicar, I think that's a really important point. I don't have the benefit of the Andrew to Dewar's project. I was not involved in that project, but building upon what Jamil said, for every project that moves forward, we take a fresh, independent look at the case-by-case project specifics of that project and its aspects to it. In developing the criteria that make sense for it, we think of the lessons learned from prior projects. Routing continues to evolve over time. In my experience for this project, Ms. Divicar, both the transportation criteria and the utility density criteria were two of the most sophisticated approaches that I've experienced in my projects. I'll just contrast it with other projects that didn't involve work in such densely developed areas such as Cambridge and Somerville and Boston. You know, in the past, in prior petitions, when we're trying to get a sense for the potential congestion of utilities beneath the road, for some of those projects, we would just tally superficial features, right? Do we see manholes on the road? And we would count those, and we would do it in increments and come up with a ratio score. Here, we did much more than that by obtaining level D survey, as Maya alluded to. And
I'm sorry, here we did much more than that.
Here we did much more than that, including obtaining what we call level D survey, which is the horizontal discussion that Maya was walking you through. That allowed us to better estimate the number of potential utility crossings. It allowed the engineering team to get a better sense on the heat generating sources in some of these routes. It allowed the engineering team to identify on an incremental basis, what do we have for potential usable corridor widths on these streets? So each project has its own considerations. We are mindful of setting board precedent, things that have been accepted in the past to the extent they've been well received and they work as intended. We want to obviously continue to move those forward, but we're always taking a fresh look at them, and we're always tweaking them as ideas change, as project details change, and as input from the team and the community in general evolves.
I was hoping, Mr. Abdullah, that you could elaborate on some of the reliability concerns and why specifically we look at avoiding multiple transmission lines in a street if possible.
Sure. So, you know, just from a diversity of your geographic routing standpoint, you're looking to avoid being in the same street so that one issue, one type of a contingency, you know, given its level of impact, does not take out like all the transmission lines in proximity to it. So you're really looking to minimize the paralleling of certain duct banks, you know, et cetera, given our design basis, you know, being the reliability, you know, cost and environmental impact. So like we're in these urban environments, and we do understand that it's the reliability like is improved given the networking of these circuits. So there's, you know, there's a level of redundancy present, but then at the same time, like as soon as you leave that hub, that substation, you're looking to divert routes from another so that you're not just kind of paralleling in the same street. If something were to happen, some kind of a dig in, you know, everybody is vying for space in the ground. So that's really what we're intending to resolve in our design.
And when you're talking about a contingency or an issue, what we're trying to avoid is if, for example, someone cuts into a street and you have two circuits immediately adjacent to each other, both of those circuits could be compromised by that single event. So we're looking to intentionally space out the infrastructure to a point where a single event is not going to compromise more than one transmission line. That's the overall goal.
So I would say 2 duct banks, as we're, you know, typically whether it was our previous technology with pipe tight cable or this new technology, solid dielectric cable, like a duct bank would typically carry 2 circuits. You exacerbate that when you like introduce a 3rd or 4th circuit, because typically you get your redundancy to the station, to the remote end through a 2-circuit duct bank. And so if the conductor fails on its own, then you've got a 2nd circuit in the duct bank feeding that station. If you introduce a 3rd intending to solve the reliability question, then if you have all 3 of those or all 4 of those in the same duct bank, that would introduce a reliability issue that would fall outside of our design criteria. So we're trying to minimize, to the best of our ability, that appreciable length of paralleling multiple circuits, you know, 2, 3, 4, et cetera. So.
Okay, I'd like to step in at this point. There's a lot of information, and I have a few questions before we can move on. Now, one of the things that Ms. Benjamins was talking about is, if I heard you right, level D survey. I can understand that is a significant, you know, effort on the company's part to kind of improve on that criteria when you say utility density. But then it also begs the question as to why then wouldn't we consider, you know, the types of utilities involved in along those routes, right? I mean, it's just not utility density. When you say that utilities that steam utilities have very different impacts when compared to, say, gas utilities or electric utilities. So why didn't the company consider, you know, the types of utilities if this was the case? If you know, you just by the term utility density, you tried to capture the kinds of the types of utilities involved and their safe distances. All that was captured just within the term utility density. And in the way you explained, I think, you know, it was best captured individually, right? It was best captured in a different criteria, say, types of utilities that would traverse these alignments. Now, similarly, in these lines, now I did talk about the transportation impacts, right? So in there, especially for these areas wherein there have been concerns regarding, you know, public transit disruptions, it makes sense to consider public transportation impacts, right? That has not been included in the transportation criteria. So what I'm trying to get at is, I understand that this is even evolving methodology is an iterative process. I get it. My question is, or my concern is, you know, how did the company ensure validity of these routing criteria? When I say validity, I'm trying to understand what is that process you went through? You have other cases, you have methodologies, routing methodologies that you followed. I understand you've gone through an iterative process, you've exempted some of the criteria, you've included new criteria, fine. just the process for ensuring validity of the routing criteria, basically making sure that the criteria you considered was adequately captured through the choice of your, scoring parameters.
Okay, that's a really good question, and I'm going to ask Mr. Howard to elaborate on what was included, because we did specifically pull out some of those components in the scoring criteria. So Mr. Howard, could you please speak through that?
I will, and I'm happy to start the conversation. And I see Mike Sutton is on today. Mike is our transportation engineer. To the extent Mike's available to talk a little bit more about the traffic, I think there's some clarifications warranted there too, Ms. Divakar, but let me just clarify one point. If I heard you correctly, I think you're under the impression that the utility density scoring criterion did not include heat generating sources as part of our analysis. Is that what I heard from your review of what's in the file?
Let me tell you what I understood. I understood that utility density is basically trying to understand, per feet or per length, what is the concentration of utility lines, be any utility line, not just gas or not just steam, not just electricity. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
Respectfully, yes, we did include heat generating sources, and I'll just point you to an appendix in the petition, and then Ali and or Jamil can provide further clarity. And this would be Appendix 4-4, which is the utility scoring backup data. And I'll wait till you get there, Ms. Divakar. You're on mute.
Did you mention Appendix 4?
I hate that mute button. Appendix 4, I know, I'm with you. Appendix 4-4. And it should be called utility scoring backup data. And any one of those that's in there, we can open up. I just want to use it as a talking point, and then Ali and Jamil can explain further.
So do you have that, Ms.
Yep.
Divakar?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and are you looking at the Brighton study here just as an example, Ms. Divakar? Is it, which one do you have open?
So right now I have the Brighton, the first one. Yeah.
Okay, so the first sheet is a summary sheet, right? And you'll see in towards the right half of it, we talk about the ratio scores, and you'll see a column entitled, well, a few columns: usable corridor width, total number of utility crossings, and then total number of heat generating sources. And before I dig into this a bit further, this is an example of where the company, based on Jamil's experience and their engineering experience, where this became a really important thing for the company to think about from a routing perspective. It wasn't just the utilities in the road, right? Not all utilities are created equal. It's these heat generating sources that are becoming really important with regards to the siting of new transmission line infrastructure. So if you go to the, I'm sorry, please.
I have a question, and I really appreciate this effort on your part.
No problem.
So another utility, some other concerns would be, for example, the age of the utilities, right? You know what I'm trying to suggest? It could be, I understand why the heat generating sources, I get it. I see why it's important. There could be others, right? So just run me through why some were exempted and
Okay, so let me, just to finish this discussion then. So let's just go to the third page of the PDF you're looking at. And this is where you start to see a bunch of data and whatnot. If you look to the far right, where it says heat generating sources as a column header, you'll see the three types of heat generating sources that we looked at in these station increments: transmission lines, existing, give off heat; distribution lines, existing, give off heat; and steam lines, right? And we tallied those, and we generated a score from that. With regard to the second part of your question, yes, the age of infrastructure is a concern, not necessarily from a scoring perspective, because this is intended to be kind of an apples to apples data comparison, right? So it was a 100-year-old pipe score different than an 80-year-old pipe? I don't know. But those sorts of things that we would look at, Ms. Divakar, would come into the more, the screening process or the more detailed analysis. You saw some writings in our filings and discovery on the MWRA infrastructure, some of which is quite old, right? So those are things we have to be mindful of. It's less of a route scoring criteria. It's more of a constructability, risk, feasibility concern, at least with regards to a sewer pipe. Jamil or Ali, anything else you want to add on this topic? And I hopefully I've answered your question thoroughly, Ms. Divakar, but I wanted you to know that that is in there in the record.
Thank you. I appreciate the effort. Yeah, if anyone could add.
Yeah, I mean, so the to reiterate, the heat generating sources are pulled out like as an aggregate, right? And so then as we get more information from other stakeholders, like in this case, in working internally with our distribution folks, we're looking for, hey, what are these, circuits rated for? And we translate that into our analysis when we're looking at, well, what's the project need? What is the load carrying capability required from these specific circuits? And so we modeled it as such. The challenge with, say, some external party, right, is, for instance, steam. We had heard from steam, like a steam owner, I believe down by Kendall, that they don't have much confidence in the infrastructure, and given the age and the amount of time it's in the ground, et cetera, the installation could have been compromised. So the way that we had to approach it was they're designed like earth interface temperature. There's an internal temperature, saturated steam, and then there's an external that is intended to be able to, be touched or in proximity to. They couldn't confidently say that, the infrastructure was intact. So from a design standpoint, we've got to look at it as worst case. So given that and our understanding of the required offset so that the adjacent heat generating source does not impact from a material standpoint, meaning remove or reduce our ability to meet the rating like on the horizon, right? Then we would need to achieve that required offset in order for it not to play into the analysis that we're doing. So that's kind of the lens that engineering looks through in order to determine from a routing standpoint if like our design helps the company reach its goal for the project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yep.
I just want to add one thing to what Jamil said, because he was alluding to the in-depth review that happens. The scoring is that a picture of a moment in time and does not replace the level of coordination and work that goes on to identify whether the actual street is feasible for construction. So what Jamil is speaking to is that there were roads that we looked at that would have been included in candidate routes, but as we dug in and looked at those details, we knew that we could not maintain the necessary offset from steam lines or aging MWRA lines or other pieces, and therefore those routes were eliminated and not carried forward as candidate routes. So that is articulated in the petition of when various routes came into consideration and why they were removed. And there were times that we were considering a route that we thought could be a candidate route, but as we dug into that detail, we said this is not something that we can actually construct and that we cannot move forward with. So I don't want the impression to be that this is the ultimate scoring and this is how far we went. Each of these routes was carefully vetted to that level of detail, and the scoring gives an overall picture in time of publicly available data for someone else to be successfully able to repeat our analysis and show a quantifiable characterization of each route.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah, Mr. Howard, and Ms. Benjamins for the elaboration. Now I'd move on to the next question. Now, at any point after MIT submitted its testimony describing MIT's preferred segments along the B29F West, the B2A East.
I'm sorry, the B29F West.
Yeah. The next is B2A East and P13. Has the company been approached by MIT for any kind of data or for consultations regarding information on the routing analysis methodology?
MIT has not approached Eversource for details on our routing analysis or the information that we collected. Eversource has reached out in conjunction with the city of Cambridge and has requested and has met with MIT leadership on at least 2 occasions to review what their specific concerns are along our preferred routes and to talk through those specific concerns. We have had no interaction with MIT's consultant, WSP, that has submitted testimony on behalf of MIT.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you would turn your attention to EFSB MIT-1. I'll just ask the question because maybe you could answer it without the reference. This is with regard to some statements on page 4. I just wanted the company to trace its process of stakeholder consultations and community engagement during the pre-filing stages that guided the company's decision to select the Vassar Street segment as a preferred route segment.
I can talk you through our process at a high level, and I would like my colleague, Mr. Howard, and others to contribute to those conversations. We began interacting with MIT as soon as the identification of the new substation location occurred. So this was back in March of 2020. We engaged multiple parts of MIT. We understand that they're a complex organization, such as Eversource's organization. We have many different departments with many different functions that we work to ensure that we've covered all of our bases. So that meant that we engaged with the MIT utilities team, as well as MITIMCO, which is the property ownership piece of MIT. Mm-hmm. We walked through all of the potential routes that we were looking for, and we looked for feedback on those routes. MIT utilities.
Just a minute. This was in 2020 is what you mentioned, right?
Okay. In 2020. MIT utilities, and this was also during COVID. So we took the opportunity to utilize technology such as Google Earth to map out routes and create maps to share with all of the stakeholders. So MIT utility team provided us with maps where they had drawn out their infrastructure, and we in turn took that information, digitized it, put it on a map, and utilize that to confirm the information that we were seeing from surveys and other feedback. The MIT teams, I'm going to say teams, this is inclusive of utility and MITIMCO, gave us very detailed information about their property ownership, where they felt there was space for infrastructure, and also where they felt that it would make the most sense for our infrastructure to be. Now, at the same time, we're also meeting with other entities like the City of Cambridge, MWRA, MBTA, Mass DOT, all who have ownership and responsibility on all of these streets as well. The MIT feedback that we heard about some of the routes that have been brought to question, specifically along the Grand Junction corridor, was that there is dense utilities along that corridor, and the corridor is privately owned, and that MIT did not want us utilizing the corridor along the Grand Junction corridor. They felt that it would be better for us to be in Vassar Street. We had several conversations with the city of Cambridge, who owns all of these streets, is responsible for the streets, and issues permits for the streets. Their feedback was they did not want us utilizing Albany Street. The city has future plans along Albany Street, and they were also concerned about a significant MWA line that serves at least a third of the city of Cambridge, and they did not want transmission infrastructure on top of the MWA line. MWA has given us feedback that they would prefer that our infrastructure be on top of theirs, because then we reduce any potential risk of compromising how their lines function. But the city of Cambridge felt that with that guidance and other solutions and other streets that they would like to see us in, that they wanted us to look at others and look at things like Vassar. So we continue to work with the city of Cambridge and MIT. And you can see we had over 40 meetings between Vassar Street as well as the MIT to be future owned Volpe property.
I'm sorry, to be future owned what?
Future owned MIT property.
Thank you.
Called the Volpe property on Broadway. We looked at various ways to overcome significant utility congestion in the street of Broadway, with the interest of the city of Cambridge maintained. And to successfully locate a transmission line in Broadway, the city of Cambridge offered for us to pick up their water line, put our transmission infrastructure underneath, and lay the water line to allow MIT to complete the infrastructure requirements that the city had placed on them when they used the Volpe property. We also faced significant congestion on 3rd Street and Broadway, and that is a case where we could not overcome that congestion outside of building a tunnel underneath that intersection. And we worked closely with input from the city of Cambridge, MIT, the Matimco portion, and in the future, their utility group, to design a transmission line that traverses their property, meets all of their goals, meets the city of Cambridge goals, and allows us to successfully complete the project. That process took at least a year. We have signed our terms and condition document and are in the process of coming up with the easement. But that's an example of the level of effort that we undertook with MIT to address their specific concerns throughout the entire portion of the project, incorporate it into the project design. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Benjamins, before we go on, could you just spell out the acronym for Matimco so that's reflected in the record, please?
Can one of my colleagues help me?
Yeah, the MIT Investment and Management Company. So MIT, like MIT, then IMCO, with the O being the loan lowercase letter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem.
Ms. Divakar, can I just add one more brief comment with regards to what Ms. Benjamin's just shared with you? And that's
Yes.
with regards to the tone of the meetings. The folks that we worked with at Matimco, at MIT,
Mm-hmm.
were professional. We were in a problem-solving mode. We had a good working relationship. All the efforts being undertaken by the company were being made in good faith. And I think that explains why so much time was spent on trying to find a solution down Vassar Street that could cross their property with B29F over to Waverly Street. That went on for months. months. They're technical in nature, back and forth discussion on, how we might solve this issue or, can you address this concern? That went on in a collaborative manner for a very long period of time that led to the identification of Project Route B29F.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me just add some color to that. Like in the meetings, right? There was context built every time. Like this is, what we're trying to do. Here's the environment we're trying to do it in. We're filing a petition with the EFSB, et cetera. And given that context, there would be, feedback from the folks at MIT. We need others in the room. So the next meeting would have new people and we would go through the context again. And so I just think it's important to understand that this wasn't, an assumption everybody understands what we're doing and let's start a working session. This was, let's build context, let's help you understand what we're up against, and then let's problem solve, to Mike's point, or Mr. Howard's point.
Just a minute. Did you have different points of contact with the management side of MIT and the academic group?
Mr. Welts, can you please articulate on the level of effort from a real estate perspective we've undertaken?
Sure, absolutely. And first and foremost, I want to echo what Mr. Howard mentioned a moment ago about the teams that we've worked with at MIT and, working together to figure out a solution on a given portion of the project, whether it be on Volpe or on Vassar. I'll say Vassar, out of all of the routes, we've had really good interaction with MIT, both the Matemco, and that's the investment arm, they're the real estate component, and the facilities folks, that has driven us to where our preferred route is today. We had countless, there's documented meetings in the record where we would start in our routing and we'd come to a particular crossing, for instance, we'd engage MIT, and based on their feedback, we'd go back to the drawing board, look at alternatives to the crossings of the Grand Junction Rail. MIT was instrumental in helping to lead us to the particular crossing where we're at on their preferred route today. It was a suggestion. It was an idea presented to them, and certainly a suggestion that they, the folks at Matemco had confirmed and been very, very much a part of to get to where we're at today. So it was not like, just cross here and be done. It was a very lengthy process in which, their involvement. And to Jamil's, to Mr. Abdullah's point, every single time we'd be asked to bring someone else to the table, we engaged them and invited them to, and quite frankly, every time give the whole context over again. We have no problem doing that. We wanted to make sure everybody understood what we were trying to achieve, based on the the parameters and the process that we have in place. So yeah, it was an extremely lengthy process, which we engaged not only MIT is a very complex organization, and there are a lot of parts and pieces to it. And we wanted to make sure that we involved everybody, and certainly to make sure, and I'm pretty confident in a complex organization with communication there. If for some reason, one member of the team should be in attendance, it was recommended, hey, by internally, I would assume that they would, have somebody additional at the table. But we feel like we captured both what you just described as the academic side and the actual Matemco side in our meetings.
Would you please, the question is specifically around, did we engage the management, the decision makers in MIT, which we did up to several levels. Could you articulate on that, Mr. Wells?
So we did through the course of working with the staff on the initial as we progressed our routing analysis down. We'll use Vassar Street. As we progressed down Vassar Street, the teams that we were working with would ultimately report up to their management, and we've had discussions with the management as well. After we presented to the teams, the staff, I'll call it the staff teams, they would take it up to their management. And if there was additional concerns, we would try to address it with staff. And then if it needed to be taken up to management, we would take it up to management. If one of my colleagues has a specific date with with management, we did take it up with. Well, we actually in our conversations with Matimka, we were always with management, director level management the entire time. I mean, the director level,
Yep.
The decision
Got it.
makers for that.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Divakar, you've just been muted.
Sorry. I'll move on. I'm sure my colleagues will have some follow-up questions, so I'll leave it for another time on this matter. Now, thank you, Mr. Wells, for elaborating, and Ms. Benjamins. Now, the next question has reference to MIT WSP1, which is the testimony. Now, at page 10, MIT lists potential impacts from deep installations. These include, in the list, there is a mention of increased potential of damaging existing utilities, potential of insufficient existing utility support during backfilling, and potential impacts of to roadways, cross sections, the structural.
I'm sorry, potential impacts of the roadways.
I'm sorry. Potential impacts to the structural integrity of roadway cross sections. Now, on similar lines, along these lines, what is the company's assessment for the MIT preferred route segments along the Grand Junction Rail Corridor and the Wadsworth Street on these factors, if there is any?
Is the question based on their concerns? Are these same concerns evident in MIT's proposed routes as well?
Yeah, what is your assessment? Are there overlaps?
I can begin answering that question. A lot of these components do align with construction techniques. I do want to state that this is what we do. We are in an urban area, and to successfully provide service to our customers, we are required to build underground transmission lines and underground distribution lines, as well as gas lines. And we're required to do that successfully in any streets and make sure that we're maintaining service of any of the utilities in the streets, and that we are returning the street in the condition that we found it or better. These are components that we have to cross and address on any project, not just on MIT-owned streets. It's consistent throughout all of City of Cambridge, City of Somerville, City of Boston streets, as well as Mass DOT and in other entities. Their specific concerns are echoed by concerns of all of their entities, and that is why we design the projects the way we do, why we use the construction methods that we do, and why we have been successful to date on our construction methods. I will now get into some of the details as it pertains to specifically the Wadsworth Street segment, and ask for my colleagues to chime in, and then we'll move along to the Grand Junction corridor. As my colleague, Mr. Howard, spoke to earlier in this week, we can't just look at Wadsworth on its own. We need to be looking at routes that are consistent from end to end. You can't pull out a specific piece and talk about that specific piece without looking at the whole. So when we're talking about Wadsworth Street, we're talking about also how we get through Broadway, how we get to Wadsworth Street, and how we move along back to get to Brighton Station. Wadsworth Street was first identified both by MIT in our earlier meetings and the city of Cambridge as being a significant challenge for us to work through. The city of Cambridge told us that MIT had to completely rebuild that street to fit in their own infrastructure, and they felt that Eversource would have to do the same. When we continued to look at Wadsworth Street, more along the lines of connecting to our Kendall substation, we agreed with the assessment of MIT and the city of Cambridge. When we look at Wadsworth holistically, just getting to Wadsworth is a challenge. As I mentioned earlier, we spent many months working with the city of Cambridge, MIT, just to find a specific space in the roadway to successfully complete the Kendall line. And we landed on a solution that has us co-locating in the same corridor that the water line is within. For us to reroute 2 transmission lines on top of the Kendall line through Broadway would be a considerable undertaking that would require us to remove trees in the street that the city of Cambridge has specifically called out and said, we do not want you to remove those trees. As I mentioned earlier, MIT is buying the Volpe property from the federal government and is working on redeveloping that entire property, which is adjacent to Broadway and sits kitty corner to 3rd Street. MIT, through that process, has gone through a considerable and successful negotiation with the city of Cambridge about removal of trees on those properties. And through our process of co-locating in Broadway, we also entered into those conversations about which trees could potentially be removed, which ones needed to stay in place, and how we could successfully work through that. And the city was clear from the beginning, you will not touch any of the trees in the median on Broadway. So for us to successfully route 3 transmission lines through Broadway and access the Wadsworth route, we would have to remove some of those trees, which MIT has already committed to maintaining through their Volpe parcel development. Once you get from down Broadway, there is a park that you need to traverse to get to Wadsworth. When designing a transmission line, we have to be careful and cognizant about the level of bend that we take to enter a street, and to successfully turn onto Wadsworth, we cannot avoid going through that park. The park is owned by the city of Cambridge and would require extensive work to utilize a public property, which most likely would include the removal of the trees. So to do something like that, we have to have buy-in from the city. Once we get to Wadsworth, we start to enter into those challenges where the city of Cambridge has already told us, we don't believe there's any room for you. MIT already rebuilt the street. We've told you this from the beginning. It's going to be a significant challenge. So that's the overarching piece. I would like my colleague, Ms. Klein, to speak to the engineering challenges in more detail on Wadsworth Street.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you. Generally, just going back to MIT's premise as to how we would route from our proposed substation down Broadway and down Wadsworth, they're suggesting that we put both the P13 and the B2A duct banks together, whether it's in a stacked configuration as they initially suggested, or in a horizontal side-by-side configuration, which they just presented to us in their rebuttal testimony submitted earlier this week. As a general premise, that is not going to work for what we need on this project. As we discussed earlier in today's hearings, we need a geographical separation between the P13 and the B2A duct banks to ensure that our reliability needs are met. This is actually outlined in our analysis on page 5-85, where we go through that reliability requirement and outline that we're looking for at least 10 feet of separation between those 2 duct banks, and that we believe we could be successful on Ames Street with those 2 lines paralleling each other down that corridor, because we can achieve that level of separation. At this point, as we've, I think, discussed in EFSB-RS-22, we would need to do a lot of additional analysis to actually develop a design both for this proposed alignment and also, for the Vassar Street proposed, realignments. But with the data we have right now, the understanding
I'm sorry,
of the density,
but with the what? But with the analysis we have right now?
with the data that we have right now for Wadsworth Street, which is limited, only understanding the utility congestion and the size of the street and some schematic data that was provided by MIT, I believe as part of exhibit MIT-WSP-22, we do not believe that we could successfully find two corridors 10 feet apart, either down Broadway, as Ms. Benjamin's outlined, is extremely congested, or down Wadsworth Street. And on Broadway, we would also need to maintain that 10 feet of offset from the K5A route, which we're already proposing to route down Broadway to turn into, the 3rd Street Park and the Volpe property. We'd also need to be concerned about manholes. We would need to have separate sets of manholes for each unique duct bank, both P13 and B2A, for safety and reliability purposes.
Yeah, let me just add to that, the manhole. So the placement of manholes, the first manhole, once you leave a substation, that's typically your shortest run, because at the substation, you typically have your most aggressive bends as you terminate, and you would typically want to feed that bend. So in this case, given the underground, nature of our substation, the congestion in the substation, we're baking into our design the flexibility to install from the manhole side. So we're trying to keep them as short as possible, which puts them in proximity to this the cluster of, Broadway, 3rd Street intersection, the Galaxy Park, the Wadsworth Street, not to mention it's exacerbated by what, short of the data that, Ali is speaking to, right? There's a pitch when you come off of the Longfellow Bridge to get under Main Street, where we believe, my own understanding would be that the Red Line tunnel is at its most shallow point. So we would need to figure out how to navigate all of the complexity in this node. And so early on, that's why in the routing process, as we were canvassing the entire area, we were removing certain streets and certain sections, because the assessment, the understanding is it's all busy. So is there any added complexity on top of that that would introduce a substantial amount of challenges or complexity, given what we're already facing with the below grade infrastructure, et cetera, that we're looking to navigate? So that was some more context that we were looking at, and this was all prior to actually having survey data. This is us looking at Google Earth. This is us having conversations with these various agencies, et cetera. So these things were, these roadways were kind of taken off with the qualitative feedback, and then, kind of trued up with the lower level data, and later on the higher level data that Ali is speaking to, but still not having the data necessary to actually figure out where the alignment would go on the road, where the manholes would be placed, how we would kind of avoid and navigate these other sensitive pieces of infrastructure, like above grade and below grade.
And a couple things to build on what Mr. Abdullah said. With that required trenchless crossing of the Red Line, because it's running so shallow at the crossing at Wadsworth Street, it'd be very likely, obviously, that we need a trenchless crossing. And where would we?
I'm sorry. It would be very. I couldn't understand it.
Apologies. Very likely, with the requirement of the trenchless crossing, that we'll need to locate entry and exit pits for that installation. I know there's been some question as to whether or not we would actually need to impact Galaxy Park, which I believe is privately owned public open space. But with the congestion in this area, it's very unlikely that we'd be able to find alternatives to locating that laydown area or that entry or exit pit, other than the utilization of Galaxy Park for that crossing. And the last thing I'd add is to Jamil's point of, needing to locate the vaults in close proximity of our new substation. In talking about the coordination that we've had with Matimco in the past, we specifically worked with them because of the congestion in Broadway to locate the 2 vaults for K5A within the Volpe parcel because of that, the challenges that we had on Broadway and in the 3rd Street area.
And Ms. Divakar, I'm sorry, Ms. Shockey, please, you go.
I appreciate that. Ms. Divakar, could we take a brief
Sure.
break for the purposes of the stenographer? Not that he isn't excellent, but people have been speaking fairly quickly and it's been fairly dense. So it would probably help us if we took our morning break right now, if it's not a bad place in terms of your questioning.
Anything for Alan. Yeah, no problem. Let's take a break.
Agreed.
Thank you, Alan. Nice work.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's take a 15-minute break. So we'll come back at 11:45. Off the record.
Alan, are you still there?
I am.
That last answer, I think you have marked as Wells, but it was Klein.
Yes,
Allie's
yes.
like-
I know.
yeah.
I know.
Okay, cool. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Do you have any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So let's go back on the record.
Just 1 moment, please.
Okay, Ellen, I think it's gonna take him a minute to take the slide down and stuff too.
Sorry.
Just encouraging people to come back.
We need about 1 minute, please.
No problem.
Encouragement noted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Back on the record?
Miss Sharkey, we were, if I may, we were finishing up our conversation about Wadsworth Street. If we could close up that piece, and then if Miss Divakar wants us to speak about the Grand Junction corridor, we'd happy to do that.
Sure, why don't you finish up your response to her last question?
Okay, sounds great. Thank you very much. Okay, so as Ms. Klein and others were discussing, we have given you a lot of feedback on our continued analysis of MIT's proposed routing solution of the Wadsworth Street option. I do want to point out that that does confirm and validates our original point to remove Wadsworth from the analysis because of the challenges that we've identified and articulated further today, and that it does not provide an opportunity. It's not more reliable, it's not more cost effective, nor does it really benefit the community from an environmental standpoint, because it is a longer route that has more specific issues that we would have to overcome. So the company stands behind our utilization of Ames Street for 2 of the transmission duct banks. From that point, I would like to start discussing our review of the Grand Junction corridor. Does that work? Yes. Okay, thank you. So the company, as I mentioned, did previously review the use of the Grand Junction corridor. It was something that we were really interested in co-locating in. As we've talked about on the testimony, use of rail trails and other pedestrian and multi-use trails are an opportunity that Eversource sees for us to co-locate infrastructure to benefit the community. So we did vet this area carefully. And we continue to look at those solutions in more detail. Just as we discussed with the Wadsworth Street use of the Grand Junction corridor, you still need to consider that route holistically. And when looking at the Grand Junction corridor, we still have to cross Main Street with the red line, co-locate in Main Street, make the necessary bends onto Albany Street, where the city continues to echo that they do not want us on that street, which we have included in some information requests that have been filed, and then make it back onto the Grand Junction corridor, which covers a number of engineering and construction challenges. So I'm going to give Ms. Klein a little bit of a break right now, and I'm going to ask Mr. Eck to speak to some of the construction challenges of working in a corridor adjacent to an active rail line but that's used by the MBTA.
Thanks, Ms. Benjamins. So despite the fact that I'm sure you would prefer that Ms. Klein speak, I'll do my best to describe what I see are the difficulties associated with the MIT proposed route along the Grand Junction North to Albany Street. First, I view this as, I would say overall, just a step back. I don't see that this route has been designed yet. I don't see where the difficulties and complexities of attempting to feasibly route this along the proposed alignment that MIT has proposed is feasible, particularly in the areas as they depart from the proposed Vassar Street route at the Main Street intersection and cross the underground Red Line subway tunnel and then cross the MBTA, the Grand Junction Corridor rail in the midst of significant existing utility congestion paralleling the underground Red Line tunnel in a fashion that in the past, when we were looking at potential routing options and Main Street was being looked at as one of the routing analysis early editions. The existing infrastructure we were seeing on surveys were not allowing for even alignment of trench without relocations along Main Street, let alone crossing of a Red Line subway tunnel and a rail corridor crossing that more than likely would require a trenchless crossing. And keep in mind, it might be nice to say, oh, there's a possibility to go over the top of these. It might be easy to lift the rail and go under, but there's no commitments. And again, there's been no analysis of that. MBTA may be open to the idea, but until we have a design put in front of them that gets routed through their various departments for approval, we can't commit that that's even a feasible option. And again, just given past experience with the congestion in Main Street and this close proximity of the MBTA Red Line tunnel and trying to make the alignment with the underground transmission cable bend with meeting our minimum bending radii requirements. I'm not sure I see
meeting our
minimum bend radii requirements. At this high level, I don't see how you can assume anything other than a trenchless crossing and likely a trenchless crossing of both facilities at the same time.
So Mr. Eck, before Ms. Klein gets into the details of engineering, constructing along active rail corridors requires some very specific construction management techniques. Could you please speak through those as they pertain to the Grand Junction corridor?
Sure. So again, the requirements are pretty well detailed within the MBTA's directorate on work in and adjacent to rail corridors. Primarily, there are work zones that either require notifications and flagging to be performed if you're at far enough distance that you're performing the work, but they want to make sure that the work is performed such that you're not fouling the tracks. They would assign and schedule flaggers, and you have to work in and around those schedules. The closer you get to the tracks, the more likely the scenario of requiring additional soil stabilization through steel sheeting. And once you're in a position that you're needing to install these steel sheets to stabilize the soils, that could significantly impact your ability to your production rate, either 2- or 3-fold in terms of duration. And again, it slows your production rate. It increases your cost associated with the slow in production and the additional requirements put on by the MBTA's work in a corridor. You add to that, I'm sorry.
Mr. Eck, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was wondering if you could identify if these requirements that you're discussing that the MBTA has for work in and adjacent to rail corridors is captured in any of the responses that have been provided to the siting board in this record?
I believe it was, one of my colleagues may have to
I'm happy to jump in.
catch me
Mr.
on
Eck,
this,
if
but I
that's
was going to say, I thought we had captured this as a record request to submit the MBTA's directorate. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm happy to, I apologize for interrupting. I'm happy to jump in. We did submit it as an attachment to EFSB RS-22. I believe the document itself was labeled parens 2, but within the document, it's labeled parens 3. So there might be some confusion there, but it was included as an attachment to EFSB-RS-22. And the sheeting requirements in particular are captured on page 102 of 132 of that document.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. That's very helpful in terms of having that reference as we're reviewing the transcript. And thank you, Mr. Eck. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, I appreciate you making the request, and thank you, Ms. Klein, for calling it out. The only other point I'll make is the difficulties or the additional efforts I was mentioning is with a clear grade in front of you to excavate within. You add that the complexities of where we do know there's existing infrastructure and which pushes us closer to the rail corridors, and the feasibility of finding alignment without relocation of those existing utilities has not yet been confirmed. So you add that the difficulties of potential relocations. You add the fact that the additional length and bends within the overall alignment may require additional manhole facilities. Again, I'm stepping into Ms. Klein's world, but more than likely you'll need a pair of manholes to be placed along the corridor of this Grand Junction corridor, in which case you would need additional land rights is my guess. And so these considerations need to be thought through. And again, I go back to the original statement that the MIT proposed routes are not designed, and as such, any references that they make to costs or cost estimating can't be considered anything less than anything better than a order of magnitude estimate, which would carry with it, if you follow our typical cost estimating practices within Appendix D of ISO New England's Planning Procedure 4, that would carry with it an accuracy of plus 200 minus 50. Sorry, Ms. Klein, you wanted to add?
Sure. And I did want to add to clarify about the sheeting requirement. Within the MBTA directorate, there are two separate numbers. We have a 15-foot requirement that the MBTA looks for just for us to maintain, a requested offset from their infrastructure. And that's captured in the MBTA directorate as part of our attachment on page 34 of 132. The sheeting requirement is actually more extensive than that. The sheeting requirement is outlined on page 102, states that it needs to be at least 5.5 feet from the closest track, and then on a slope of 2 horizontal to 1 vertical, meaning actually the depth of your installation as well as the offset will impact whether or not you're going to need sheeting. So at a typical depth for us, where we're looking at about 6 feet to the bottom of our duct bank, you're looking at sheeting at an offset required of 17.5 feet from the closest rail line. If we're installing manholes or our duct bank at deeper locations due to trying to avoid adjacent infrastructure, that offset is going to be much greater because that 2-to-1 slope, which is the MBTA zone of influence, is getting extended. So the sheeting requirement is not just the 15 feet, depending on the depth of our infrastructure, and that offset could be extended, excuse me.
Let me just go ahead, Natalie. Sorry.
No, please. I was going to move on, so go ahead.
I would say, given the time frame of when the Grand Junction Rail Corridor, to Ms. Benjamin's point, as far as the feedback around the congestion in the corridor, et cetera, was given prior to, digging in and this route being raised to the level of performing some engineering analysis and creating an alignment. Recent project history with paralleling an existing rail corridor on a different project provided the experience where the complication of installing like adjacent to a rail requiring steel sheeting, and then also where there are perpendicular crossings. In these cases, typically at street intersections, et cetera, you add to that the need to jack under the perpendicular crossings. So you're looking for also space to have an entry and exit pit to get under what would be sleeved infrastructure going perpendicular to the track, which is also a requirement of the rail owner. So with that requirement, you would also not only need the steel sheeting in order to stabilize soil so you can install your ductbank, you would also need some trenchless crossing methodology in order to get under the other utility infrastructure that's running perpendicular. You're adding to that the need, because this is like an electric ductbank infrastructure where you're carrying cables, the length of this run would require additional sets of manholes. So between the entry and exit pits for a trenchless installation to cross the perpendicular infrastructure and sizable manhole infrastructure in the corridor, at the point where we were quantifying or qualifying the assessment to figure out which routes would rise to the level of let's do some engineering, they were knocked off based on that feedback, short of having information anywhere, because we did understand that the entire area is busy underground. So what are the exacerbating inputs that would cause us to in the future shy away from being along this corridor?
And to that point, Ms. Divakar, to bring it back to the routing process and why this route was screened out. Everything you're hearing from my colleagues just again reaffirms and validates the decision we made 2 years ago that this route should not have been carried forward as a candidate route. There's a significant component in the analysis that I want to make the setting board aware of, because it frames up some of the decisions we made through that qualitative process when we used our good judgment through these discussions internally with stakeholders to screen out routes. And that section begins on page 4-18 of the analysis, and the section heading is screening methodology. And if you flip to, and I won't read all this, Ms. Divakar, but if you flip to page 4-20, from that point forward for a few pages, you're going to see some of the constraints and challenges that we identified through our own internal processes, through the feedback we received from stakeholders. And where these constraints appeared on certain routes or route segments, we would seek to avoid and minimize those interactions as much as possible. Okay, so all the detailed engineering and the constructability concerns that were just shared with you, this route segment ticks off several of those constraints in the next few pages, including, I'll just summarize, we sought to avoid or minimize work that involved longitudinal installations parallel to the Red Line subway tunnel on Main Street. This has that component. We sought to avoid and minimize routes that have significant bends. This Grand Junction North to Albany variation has that challenge. We sought to avoid or minimize work near MWRA infrastructure. We know there's a major sewer line on Albany Street, of which the city of Cambridge has made it very clear is a critically important piece of infrastructure. We sought to avoid and minimize routes that potentially required relief from the MBTA directorate. You heard Jamil and Ali talk about, in addition to perpendicular crossings, clearances from the rails. This ticks that box off. At the point in time back then, this would have needed extensive property rights from MIT, right? We sought to avoid and minimize property rights when advancing routes at that point too. And then the last box that this ticks off from an avoidance and minimization perspective is obviously with regards to the heat generating infrastructure that exists in this corridor. Now, that doesn't mean we can avoid and minimize these interactions. We know we can't. We've seen that on some of the routes that we've carried forward, but those were the preferences and the approaches we took to try and narrow down this massive routing universe, this very complicated process. There had to be a reasonable screening process to narrow it down to a more manageable set of candidate routes for scoring. And that's what this team did. And the discussion now, these are the exact same discussions we had 2 years ago in the office, on Skype, in the field, and with stakeholders. And we worked very hard at this, get down to a reasonable set of candidate routes. Thank you.
We've talked a lot about the construction and the siting piece. I do want to give Ms. Klein an opportunity to talk through some in more detail, some of the specific engineering issues that we're seeing.
Sure, my pleasure. Ms. Sharkey, would you mind if I share my screen so I could walk through some of the exhibits?
Mr. Wang, is that something we can allow her to do?
I believe all panelists are able to do that now. Ms. Klein, if you could, while you're sharing your screen, state the exhibit number and also briefly describe what it is for the transcript, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure, my pleasure. I'm going to start with one and then move to another. So let me try to share my screen first and then I'll jump in. Apologies. Can you please let me know when you can see it?
We can see it, but it would be great if you could increase the magnification. Thank you.
My pleasure. So this is attachment EFSB-RS-22 parens 1. This is a high-level map that the company put together, just identify at a very high level some of our concerns, or some of the challenging points, I should say, for the proposed routes down Albany and the Grand Junction corridor. And I just wanted to start here to walk through that. I'll zoom in and walk through each of our main points of concern with these routes from a technical perspective. So starting at the intersection of Galilee Way and Main Street, as Mr. Eck was discussing, we're going to have to turn up on Main Street and deal with the crossing of not only the Red Line Tunnel, which is shown here in this red line, but also the Grand Junction corridor, which is shown in this pink hatched line. The main challenge here, and what differentiates this crossing from another crossing of Main Street that was proposed for the P11 route, is this crossing of the Grand Junction corridor. So even if we have found, that with the depth to the top of the Red Line Tunnel that we could possibly go above it, with the existence of the Grand Junction rail lines, we need to worry about actually getting underneath the rail corridor as well. The challenge there is either we have to do a trenchless crossing, and because of the existence of the Red Line Tunnel, we have to do a trenchless crossing of both the Red Line and the Grand Junction corridor. Or we'd have to assess whether or not we could, stop work on the rail and, break apart the rail line itself, drop a casing in, and then rebuild it. The challenge with that is the existing infrastructure on both sides of the Red Line Tunnel would most likely, and because basically of the existence of the Red Line Tunnel, all the infrastructure you'll see in surveys is kind of located on both sides of the tunnel. So that survey, that infrastructure, what's shown in the survey, basically, like Chuck or Mr. X said, we have not done a thorough analysis of this to date, but it is likely from looking at the existing data that we would have to use a trenchless crossing to go under here, because not only would we be in conflict of that infrastructure, we would need to maintain a certain depth per the MBTA directorate. I believe it's at least 6 feet if we were to drop a casing underneath the rail line. And with the existing infrastructure, we do not believe that an open cut in this area would be possible. And obviously, this is going to be an extremely challenging location with the congestion and the existing infrastructure and property to locate a trenchless crossing, as well as, when we get out of the trenchless crossing, making that turn onto Albany Street. We've discussed already, you know, some of the main issues on Albany Street, which are the existence of the MWA infrastructure. So I'd like to, at this point, go to the turn from Albany Street onto Massachusetts Avenue, where you can see here we're proposing, or it's what's proposed is a very sharp bend, less than 90 degrees, which is a bend that we, you know, a radius that we typically look to avoid. It's, excuse me, let me rephrase myself, less than 90 degrees deep. The main challenge here, if you think about actually pulling in a cable.
I'm sorry, the main challenge here, what?
When you consider actually pulling a cable into infrastructure that's installed at this kind of radius, you really have to be concerned about pulling tensions and the sidewall pressure of that cable against the side of the conduit. To, you know, to mitigate that risk, we might have to install an additional set of manholes, or even assess, you know, with a thorough design if this is even achievable. And as you see, we're looking at a similarly tight bend to get from Mass Ave onto the Grand Junction corridor. At this time, I'd actually like to transition to a different attachment, which I'll be happy to describe. This is attachment COM-MIT-24-1, which is one of the exhibits that was developed by MIT and their consultant WSP, outlining their proposed alignments along the Grand Junction corridor. I'm going to be focusing, for the sake of this discussion, on the Grand Junction North alignment, which we've been most focused on to date, for reasons that I believe have previously been discussed. So once we turn from Mass Ave onto the Grand Junction North, as you can see here, and I'd like to zoom in, there is significant congestion along the rail corridor outside of the main track easement, which the extents of which are underneath the proposed alignment of, you know, from MIT. One thing I would like to highlight is different data that MIT has provided to date shows conflicting information right here, excuse me, they're showing two 24-inch chilled water lines adjacent to the proposed alignment in other survey data they've provided as part of their, as part of their submittals in attachment COM-MIT-3, parens S.1, parens 1, page 3. It actually shows that this infrastructure is in conflict with where they're proposing to align our duck bank. So the data that we have and that MIT themselves has used to assess this alignment has infrastructure in conflict with where they're proposing that, you know, so it's another piece of evidence, excuse me, it's another piece of evidence as to, you know, just the congestion in this area, which we have to vet out and actually confirm, you know, if what they're proposing is even viable. Something else I'd like to mention is the proximity of where they're proposing our alignment in this area to the closest track. Scaling off this drawing, it looks like it's about a 10-foot offset from track 1 to the proposed duck bank alignment. As previously discussed, the MBTA is looking for us to maintain at least a 15-foot offset from their infrastructure. So not only are we within that buffer, but this location would certainly require sheeting. And if we were to look to obtain additional footage from the track, as you can see, there's extensive infrastructure in this area that we would have to deal with, possibly relocating, as well as we've previously discussed, and I'll get into this further, you know, nowhere along this proposed alignment has there been a consideration for vaults, which would certainly require extensive relocations if we needed to locate them along this stretch, especially considering those tight bends from Albany onto Mass Ave and then onto the Grand Junction corridor. Moving further west, if I can just zoom myself out for a second. At this point, I'd like to go to the next page, page 6, and zoom back in, where you'll see the proposed MIT alignment is even closer to the closest track. Scaling off the drawing, you're looking at about a 2.5-foot offset, not only is this significantly within that 15-foot buffer request and requirement, I should say, from the MBTA, even if we could work with them to get some kind of dispensation to get in within that 15-foot offset from previous engagement with the MBTA, I do not believe that we'd be able to get approvals for 2.5-foot offset. And I think that they'd have significant concerns about our ability to install the duct bank here, as well as the sheeting required, and not significantly impact or foul their rail lines.
So I want to just take a moment and reinforce a point that Ms. Klein just made. The MBTA requirements are to ensure the ongoing successful operation of their lines, maintaining safety for everybody utilizing them, as well as those adjacent to the lines. So the requirements are specific to how do you ensure that the lines are not compromised, the actual lines are not compromised during the construction, and B, the soils are maintained and stabilized throughout and after construction to make sure that the rail lines will not be compromised. That's why each of these components is something that we carefully analyze and vet, not only on this project, but any other project where we're crossing or working in close proximity to these rail lines. And if I can point you to the analysis that we undertook for S15, we were crossing the Green Line extension. We undertook years of conversations with MBTA about where the specific location to cross that line was acceptable to MBTA, incorporating all of their concerns about water depth, support structures that they had put in the ground to maintain soil stability, as well as operation of the line. Any line that will be utilized in the future, whether it's utilized being now, is considered one that is being operated by MBTA, and all of these requirements apply. And we undergo extensive, detailed conversations with MBTA that require engineering of our specific infrastructure, and then for MBTA to vet it and provide feedback. So each of these components that Ms. Klein has discussed would continue to be negotiated and reviewed by MBTA. That would include not only our design, but also extensive construction techniques to make sure that we could be successful. So a co-location such as this is something that Eversource takes very seriously and make sure that we can meet those requirements to be successful. Thank you, Allie. Is there anything else that you wanted to add about the engineering piece?
Yes, there are a few more things. I know we've been discussing in the past, the concerns about the other infrastructure that would cause mutual heating. Obviously, if we needed to shift this duct bank to obtain that 15-foot offset, we'd be looking at getting much closer to some steam and other electric infrastructure in here, or in the corridor, excuse me. Which some of that would certainly need to be accounted for. I know in some of MIT's testimony or WSP's testimony for MIT, they've tried to categorize the percent of the corridor where there'd be steam or other heat producing sources versus not. For us, it's not necessarily a percent of how long of a corridor there might be steam infrastructure. We could be in proximity of a steam or electric line for a foot, and depending on the magnitude of that impact, it could cause us to need to derate or redesign our cable. So I just wanted to highlight that there. And I know there's another item just looking at this that I did want to bring up that was brought up in the rebuttal testimony submitted by MIT, is that they had identified that they've had discussions with the MBTA where they said that MBTA would use the second track during construction. That being said, that doesn't alleviate our requirements to maintain the required offset from track 1. That requirement from the MBTA is to limit the impact of all construction on any active tracks, not only those that are active during construction. And I did just want to highlight that there. Jamil, was there something, or Mr. Abdullah, was there something else that you wanted to add? about?
Yeah, I wanted to add, as we look at the congestion along the corridor, right, there was some testimony, I believe, in the MIT filing a few days ago, where they talked through the utility count. And I wanted to, kind of mention and focus our attention on the utilities that are paralleling these tracks, because the directorate applies to everyone equally, right? So if you require, soil stabilization methods to install your infrastructure, if you encroach on their zone of influence, then that's what would result in the horizontal offset that you're seeing here. You see, like in a situation like Vassar Street, where the congestion is, more horizontal and vertical, there's not a requirement for the soil stabilization methods to ensure that there's no track settlement. There's a requirement for the means and methodologies that we employ to install, like in a roadway, to prevent any kind of damage or breakage to existing infrastructure. With the requirement here, what doesn't show up is the previous sheeting method in order to stabilize soils, and typically another utility or owner will not show that as it's a means and methodology to install that they would allow to deteriorate over time, whether it be wood lagging or some type of mild steel sheeting that would eventually, based on its, timeline and what other cathode and anode polarities are in the area, may cause the mild steel to return to iron ore. So I just think it's important to note that when we're looking at a rail corridor, these are the things from a qualitative standpoint that we're thinking, okay, we need to design based on worst case. We're trying to figure out how to get from canvassing the entire city, basically, this locus, right, to some viable candidate routes. And so as we're looking at it, we're trying to figure out, okay, short of the actual data, what is the input that we'll require in order to make a decision as such? And to Alex's point, when we see this data supplied by others, this reinforces our original suspicion that the complexities introduced by installing along this corridor would be greater from a design, from an installation, from a reliability standpoint than doing an installation along a city street. That, to others, when we were talking routing specifically, we had vetted and had conversations with various stakeholders about.
The last things that I'd want to add, just in looking at this proposed route down the Grand Junction North corridor, is, and I'm moving on to page 5 of attachment COM-MIT-24 for the record. In looking at the proposed alignment from MIT, we're not really able to, in scaling it off the drawing, you're not really looking at obtaining that 15-foot offset until we reach somewhere in this general proximity of the proposed alignment past Pacific Street. It's about 2,000 feet of the corridor where what is proposed by MIT is within that 15-foot requirement from the directorate. And as you can see in this drawing, there's extensive existing infrastructure further north of that, where if we needed to obtain that offset, we'd be looking at some extensive relocations. And with the congestion on that corridor, there's a big question on our end as to where we'd relocate that data. And obviously, if we do need sheeting, we obviously also need to account for any relocations required for the installation of the sheeting as well. And the last thing I'd highlight is, I think we've discussed it previously, but I'll mention it again, is just that, I believe the proposed alignment down Vassar Street, with the length of it, has 2 separate splice point locations. We'd be looking at a minimum the same requirement along the Grand Junction corridor. And as previously discussed, as you can see, that has not been accounted for. For the record, I'm kind of just scrolling through the attachment. there's no set locations or proposed locations for vaults. And obviously within that 2,000-foot corridor where we're looking at extensive congestion, that's a major point of concern for us, as those vaults are much larger than a typical duct bank installation and will require them to be done at greater depths. And the existing infrastructure is going to extremely challenge that.
So the crossing here, this is a good example of where we would need to find some sort of like entry and exit pit, because the T will require the crossing to be sleeved. And so they'll have a requirement based on the infrastructure being installed through some jack and bore or lifting of tracks would still require a sleeved crossing. We would need to get down like under that crossing in order to get our line from one side of the street to another. So we would need an entry and exit pit. And as you can see, that would also require possibly support of utilities in the area, but given the length of the crossing itself and the size of our infrastructure, will require a pretty sizable pit, length, width, and depth. And so that would mean we would need to do something extensive or extraordinary in order to, be parallel to this rail corridor.
Thank you. That was a very illuminating discussion. Thanks to all those who engaged. If the company has nothing more to add, I'd like to move on to the next question.
I would just like to round out the conversation and state that this isn't a typical analysis that we undertake when we're looking at routing all lines. And we do not eliminate routes lightly. We take into consideration many components, and there is a possibility in the future with the amount of infrastructure that's needed that we may have to co-locate along one of these corridors in the future. That's not on the docket right now, but this is why we go to such extensive lengths, and why we still believe that our routes still are the superior routes that we've proposed to move forward as our preferred routes. So thank you.
Thank you. Now moving on, this is with regard to the testimony again, MIT WSP-1. On page 12, MIT mentions access to critical life safety elements being disrupted by road closures and construction as a risk. Now, the question is, has the company engaged with the fire department to assess such risks on the Vassar and Ames street segments?
The company has been working carefully with the Cambridge Fire Department as it pertains to the safety of the substation proposed design. Any components about emergency access are critical to the success of a traffic management plan, which, as we've articulated, would be underway once we have an improved project. We did meet with MIT last week, where they did bring up concerns about emergency access, and that is we have requested their specific locations so that we can start analyzing that. And as a reminder, we do undertake linear projects on a consistent basis, which requires access for emergency vehicles for all constituents of our projects. If we're on a residential roadway, we need to make sure that we're constructing a project in a line that if any one of those residents has an emergency, that they can get the access that they need immediately. So this is something that we consistently look at across all of our projects and needs to be carefully managed because safety is of utmost importance.
Does anyone else have to add? Thank you very much. So with that, my questions on this section are over. The time is 12:30. I'd leave it to Ms. Sharkey to decide whether we go ahead with questions from my colleagues?
Why don't we take our lunch break now? And come back at 1:30. And when we come back, we will resume with further questions from the bench.
Thank you.
Off the record. Let's go back on the record. We're going to resume with questions from the bench. I believe Mr. Wilmer is next up.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Before I begin, I'd like to make just a small statement that I apologize for any possible overlap, and I do appreciate the professionalism the company has provided and attention to the questions. My goal is not to repeat earlier stated testimony or anything that is already on the record. I'm going to begin with some questions for a general understanding. The company states in MIT 1-2 that there is no set value when considering utility density. However, there is a relationship of utility density to road width that is considered. How does the company measure utility density in any given street?
Is that the conclusion of the question?
Yes, I understand we've touched on this. Specifically, I know when the company was talking about traffic management, it mentioned that roads fall into categories of under 26 feet, 26 to 40 feet.
I'm sorry, under 26 feet, what?
Under 26 feet, 26 to 40 feet. So I was wondering along those lines if the company specifically measured utility density in relation to road width, since that seems to be the access, the avenue for access.
Mr. Howard, would you please begin to address the question? Thank you.
Yes, and thanks for your question, Mr. Wilmer. And no worries about having us circle back on topics. We're happy to do that, as I hope you know. I infer your question. I think it's a two-part. It's a question that might require two answers. I'm going to answer it strictly from a route scoring perspective. But Jamil and Ali, who were the authors to this IR, will be able to add some context from what they look at from an engineering perspective. And both of those, I think, factored into your question and the response I'm going to give you. Let me walk you through carefully how we scored utility density, purely from a route scoring perspective. And this is described in the analysis on page, I think it's 4-102. Let me just check.
While he's checking, I know we've been kind of letting things go, but we'll be scheduled to take a break at 3 o'clock for about 15 minutes, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. So 4-102, Mr. Wilmer, is the page I wanted to direct you to. Are you there now?
One moment. Is there a, okay, yep, I'm there.
Sorry, I should give them the PDF page. It's PDF page 206.
Yep.
Strictly speaking, for this data collection exercise in this scoring process, we're not considering the width of the street specifically. What we are doing is the following. Let me take one step back. I need to take you back 2 years ago or to the beginning of any siting project where there's a routing analysis. It's important to remember that when we're scoring candidate routes, we don't have a route designed yet, right? So the route is the street. And in this case, where we're collecting data or we're looking at adjacent criteria that are associated with the route, it's really from the street itself based on the parcel data. So in this case, within the street, it's a multi-step process. And it's a combination of engineers from Eversource weighing in and GIS. Let me walk you through the GIS component first. The GIS component takes the center line of the street, let's just call it Main Street, overlays a center line on top of the level D survey that I made reference to earlier. And wherever that center line of the street crosses a utility, it's tallied. And that data is then put into the tables. In parallel with that, and that's done on, if you look at the backup data, it's done in, I think it was 100-foot increments, Mr. Wilmer, if my memory is correct. In parallel with that, the engineers are looking within that same set of stationing, and they're trying to determine what is a usable corridor width, what is a maximum usable corridor width in those slots. So the engineer at a very high level, nothing's been designed yet, is looking for slots in these corridors. What's the most room I have along this stationing where I could potentially install a transmission line? And that stuff is inputted into the table. The other tally is the heat generating sources. Those are also tallied by the center line of the route and wherever those cross, Mr. Wilmer. And I'm going to direct you to bear with me, Mr. Wilmer, but I think it's helpful to explain it. I'm going to go into Appendix 4-4 again, and we'll just open up one of these utility backup data sheets. Let me know when you have Appendix 4-4 open.
Are you in volume 1?
I'm sorry, this is in volume 2. Thank you.
Is there a page number you could refer me to on the PDF?
Yeah, let's start with PDF page 3. It could be any page, but let's go to page 3. And this just happens to be the Brighton B2A East route. I'm just going to use this to talk from. Let me know when you're there.
Is that the page number of the document itself or the?
I don't think it has page numbers in the document. It would be PDF page 3 of 44. I could share my
Pardon my
screen.
interruption. If you're looking at volume
Go ahead, Ellie.
207.
I'm sorry, if you're looking at volume 2, what?
Volume 2, it's page 207 of the package.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm pulling out the appendices separate. Thank you, Ellie.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, I apologize. All right, so go to the first page where you start to see data inputted into the table, Mr. Wilmer. Just numbers.
Approximate width.
Yeah, that's good. Let's use this table here. So I was referring to the estimated maximum usable corridor width. You see those, you see that column, and you see the cells inputted there.
Mm-hmm.
To the right of that, you'll see a column called ratings, rating of 1 to 5. So when the engineer determines that width, I then take that data and I apply a rating. You may say then, well, Mr. Howard, where's the rating come from? Let me take you back to the prior page where we have some notes. And note number 6 includes the different estimated maximum usable corridor widths and what the rating would look like. So a wider corridor between utilities is more favorable, right? So you can see the range of widths that were used here. Let's go back to the page we were just on, Mr. Wilmer. I'm going to keep working over from left to right. You're going to see number of utility crossings. That's the center line of the road I was making reference to, right? The GIS operator is counting each of those crossings in the center line, and he's doing the same thing for the number of heat generating sources along the entire length of the right of way. I mean, excuse me, the route. Now scroll down till you get to the end of the table.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see here that there's a column with the header average. That is the average rating of the usable corridor width determined by the engineers. The other numbers are just a tally, the sum of all the crossings. Okay, and we do that for every route that we scored, every candidate route. Now, let me take you back to the first page again, just before the notes. I want to point something else out in the column. You asked a question about, do we consider the approximate width of a route segment? You'll note on these tables that we do include that width in here because that information is relevant to Jamil and Ali and the design team, right? When and if it goes to the next level. So we start documenting that information here for future use and future considerations when they get to that point. And then just to wrap up the conversation, Mr. Wilmer, the first page of each of these utility backup scoring sheets is basically a mini ratio score, just like we did for the candidate routes, but we did it for utility density. And you can see how it's all tallied with the raw data, the unweighted data, and it prints out a combined utility density score.
I'm sorry, and the prints out what?
I'm sorry, Alan. It computes a combined utility density score. That score, Mr. Wilmer, is what we then plug into the larger scoring matrix for the utility density criterion. And with that, maybe Jamil and Ali, for additional context, maybe you could explain how street width factors into the utility location from the perspective of design and constructability and things of that nature.
Actually, I'd like to jump in for a moment.
Of course.
I think that was very well explained. I do appreciate that. I would like to use an example, if I may, if the company can refer to page 369 of volume 2.
Just give me 1 second. Did you say 369?
Correct.
Okay. And 369 shows photos 3 and 4?
Yes, particularly I'm referencing photo 4.
Okay. And this is a view facing south from Ames Street at Memorial Drive, where P13 will splice into the line that's the existing line that's in Memorial Drive.
Correct. That is what the photo is showing. We have a two-way bike lane with the median dividing from 1 lane of traffic. I was wondering how the company would measure additional utilities outside of the traditional roadway when analyzing density for route selection. I believe there may be examples where a roadway has been repurposed or redesigned and a utility is now found outside of the curb cuts, which it usually seems to reference for routing analysis. How does the company take that into consideration?
So you're suggesting that if there's a utility in a sidewalk, for example, but not the roadway itself, is that what you're kind of getting at?
Yeah, at one point it may have been the roadway, but the roadway has been redesigned and now the center point has shifted, et cetera.
Well, scoring is always a snapshot in time. That's the first part of my answer. I mean, it's at that moment in time, and especially in this area, Mr. Wilmer, things are constantly changing, but the data is collected at that point in time. Whether the utilities are in the sidewalk or in the road, we're looking at the parcel data, the roadway limits based on GIS. So I imagine it's captured regardless, at least from a scoring perspective. I feel like there's a construction question here too that Jamil and Ali, maybe you could help out with, but the data is likely captured in our scoring analysis, Mr. Wilmer.
Yeah, I mean, so to add to what Mr. Howard is saying, going back to the numerical values that show up in the sheet, the center line that was referenced, once we have a complete route, stationing those from 0 to the remote end where we're tying into either duck bank, existing duck bank, or the remote station. And the center line is utilized to give us our orientation longitudinally. The number that we're looking at, kind of based on where that would put us in the plan view alignment of the route, is basically counted for that 100-foot stretch. The ideal place for the duck bank or manhole to be placed would be in the maximum like open space, unless that would put you in like an adjacent location to a heat generating source. And so that's where the maximum corridor came from. The street width would just be the street width. I believe that would be an input from records and the GIS folks. Like, this is the width of this specific public way. But the other number, like, is intended to facilitate the maximum offset that we could achieve, because we and other utility owners have an offset requirement, like a minimum. So that would answer the question of whether we could achieve it just in design initially, prior to any type of engagement with the adjacent utility owners, or if in locating the duck bank in the maximum available corridor, we've encroached upon either our minimum offset or theirs, then we would know for certain stretches that would be a discussion and some type of a negotiation where they may require field supervision or some means and methods above and beyond what are typical.
Thank you. If there is nothing further, I'd move on to the next question. When does the utility consider placement of utilities under sidewalks, medians, or other non-asphalt surfaces?
You said when do we consider placement under something other than the street pavement?
Or does the company consider?
Yes, I mean, this would probably be more of a Chuck question, but I can just say at first assessment, we're looking to be like in the roadway. And there are circumstances that cause us to, like assess, oh, this may be from a design standpoint less complex, or from the construction assessment, to facilitate, faster pace and like in the construction. But Chuck can elaborate.
Yeah, I could add to that. Thanks, Jamil. Primarily, our focus is to stay within the public way, right? And we're trying to not encroach upon private property. So sidewalks being in the public way, they are a consideration, but we do try to avoid for obvious reasons. But with the urban environment being what it is, and it's not going to get less congested, more and more focus will be on looking at those types of areas. But it's not our initial intent to be in a sidewalk area, but it's on the table per se to look at it.
And to add to what Mr. Eck has said, there are certain areas where you do have medians and roadways that are unpaved. We look at utilizing those only in situations where we can't find space in the road, and it's okay with the owner of the roadway, because typically in this environment, those green spaces include trees and other environmental features that we're looking to preserve.
Thank you. Those, sorry, to circle back to the offsets mentioned regarding other utilities, could the company please provide example scenarios, or if there are any understood rules or best practices observed in terms of what those offsets need to be?
So at a high level, heat generating infrastructure notwithstanding, for the company, for infrastructure less than 12 inches, we try to maintain an 18-inch offset. And Ali, keep me honest, because you're more familiar with the latest standards. But for infrastructure, 12 inches or 12 inches or greater, we try to maintain a 2-foot offset. And that would be horizontal and vertical.
And I would just add to that, it is very dependent to Mr. Abdullah's point in the size of the infrastructure as well as the type. We do have some infrastructure where we're looking for greater offsets, or we allow for smaller offsets like 12 inches, either horizontal or vertical. We have internal standards that drive that. And it's very dependent on the type and size of the infrastructure.
Thank you. Does the company have minimum setbacks from building facades or foundations?
If you don't mind, I'm just pulling up our internal company standards because I believe it's fairly minimal. To underground masonry or concrete, we're looking for a minimum of 6 inches. Obviously, if we're looking to install a vault, for example, in close proximity of a foundation, we'll work with the owner of that infrastructure to ensure that there's no issues with that, that we're not going to do anything to damage that infrastructure during our installation. A lot of that goes in the coordination during construction, but it's very, we don't have any concerns about building relatively close to that type of infrastructure.
Thank you. The company uses the term compound terms in EFSB RS 22(1), where Albany meets Mass Ave. Is compound term a technical term? Can you please provide a definition or define what characteristics define it?
So you said a compound turn?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, so like a compound bend. And we're just talking about the compounding of the tension and the pressure like on the sidewalk that results from not only taking a left-hand turn, but possibly like ascending or descending like in the 3D space. So the compounding of those turns at one point rather than kind of the pressure that results from either left-hand or right-hand turn, or like an up or down turn. And then you get further like into the additional tension when you have those compound bends be one after the other, like as in, so when Ali was kind of talking through coming off of Albany and then down Mass Ave and then taking a left on to the Grand Junction Railroad, there are depth changes based on the requirements from MIT and also the congestion in the area. But there's also less than 90-degree, more aggressive than we would like bends, like in the horizontal space as well. So that's kind of what we were referencing.
And just to add to that, before we move on, with a compound bend, whether it's multiple turns in the horizontal space or vertical or some combination of them, as we're calculating our pulling tensions, it's all additive.
I'm sorry, as we're what?
Calculating our pulling tensions, it's all additive. So compound bends, if you think about them sequentially one after the other, the tension of each of those bends is adding. So if it's between, splicing spots, you have to worry about all of the bends in that stretch of the duct bank, which is why I said that for that turn, we might have to assess if the pulling tensions require it, an additional set of vaults beyond what we're already proposing for this specific location.
Ms. Klein, if I could just interject, when you were talking about the internal company standards, are those contained in the company's response to EFSB CM5?
Let me pull that up. You said CM5?
Yes, CM5 as in construction management.
So we have an internal standard, which I'd be happy to provide. It does meet the specific Massachusetts regulations, which are identified in this response, but we have a longer document that outlines each specific requirement for the different type of infrastructure and by size.
Could the company please provide that as a record response to EFSB 27, please?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wilmer.
No problem. Is it fair to say that any turn of less than 90 degrees in and of itself is problematic for the company and can be considered a compound turn?
Not necessarily compound turn, but it is not favorable, and it does, because at that point you're you are like introducing the pressure on the sidewall, like increase in the pressure on the sidewall, like as you turn, because you're basically making a U-turn. And so if you can imagine, there's a pole that would be your conduit, your PVC, like inside of your duct bank that's been laid, and now you're pulling cable in. And so depending on how long that stretches from manhole to manhole, the increase in tension and depending on where that turn is could like increase a great deal. So typically what we say is you want to feed that bend. So you would want to have your nearest manhole be like adjacent to where that turn comes out. So that's why Ali is saying you may need to introduce another manhole. And what that is, I mean, we're installing electric infrastructure. And so the pressure that's increased on the sidewall could have a direct impact on the ability of the cable to be in operation, because what you're looking for is like a circle in your conductor with the insulation intact from the standpoint of the voltage stresses that we're pushing through the conductor. They're looking for ground. So they're going to take, the path of low resistance or least the resistance. So if your pressure causes a dent, like in the solid dielectric medium, like that is like housing your conductor, that could be your path and you could eventually fail over time. And so that's what we're looking to avoid during the installation. And so when we're introducing these manholes to break up that tension, we're doing it thinking about the long-term operation and not going back to the location in order to do some type of a repair or replacement for that manhole to manhole segment.
And just to add to that, as Mr. Abdullah mentioned, it's not just the initial pull during the original construction of the line. While it's operating, it gets hot or colder and it kind of expands and it kind of moves, it's thermomechanical bending. So not only are you worried about the initial turn into that tight radius, you're worried about it kind of continuously, I should say, kind of shifting in place between the two splice points throughout its energized life. So it could ultimately cause a fault in the future, even if you don't have any issues in the initial pull.
And I'd like to offer one more point just for context. these cable manufacturers, they provide the limits for these sidewall pressures. So those limits are defined, and that's how we make sure that our designs conform with the required design for that cable installation.
Thank you. Is there a point at which tension on the sidewall of a cable is not a factor or a concern? I understand it may be different for different cable manufacturers, but let's say, 120 degrees, is that no longer problematic? Is there a rule on that?
I'd say similarly to pulling tension, we calculate both the tensions and the sidewall pressure for every segment of cable, either whether it's termination to manhole or manhole to manhole. And it's very dependent at that point, as I mentioned, additively. So we have specific radii that we try to stay within a certain range of. Typically, we limit it to like a 50-foot radii for our conduit installations. We can theoretically allow for a tighter radii than that, depending on the pulling tensions of a certain section, but it is very dependent on each individual section calculations, and we calculate them every single time to ensure that we don't have any problems staying below the cable specified requirements or minimum, I should say, maximum allowable pulling tensions and sidewall pressures.
Thank you. I'd now like to move on to reference EFSB RS-20 parentheses 2. The meeting notes state that the city of Cambridge would have liked deeper review, but not at the cost of over a year to the schedule.
I'm sorry, that would have liked deeper what?
Review, but not at the cost of over 1 year to the schedule, increased cost, and generators deployed for new developments in Cambridge. Can the company please describe the situation in which generators could be deployed for new developments in Cambridge?
I'd be happy to answer that question. When we are looking at serving customers, we need to ensure that the electrical base is there to serve those customers. In several circumstances, developments have come online or are projected to come online where we don't have the adequate load available on our system. So until that load becomes available, we look at deploying generators to be used by those specific customers. I would say that when we're talking about generators in this circumstance, we're talking about each of those developments being connected to the system, but in circumstances of peak loading situations, they would be transferred to a generator. In some circumstances, we also have had to connect generators to developments if we haven't been able to get the distribution infrastructure in place in time. But in the circumstance that we're discussing with the city of Cambridge, there is a possibility that we will be locating generators throughout the city to address load growth for peak demand times.
You mentioned that this becomes a concern as more developments come online without available load. How does the company determine prioritization of these customers? Is it a first come, first serve, as in the latest developments simply do not get connection until that load is available? Or does the company have some sort of internal method to determine which customers should be placed on generators or possibly have to go without power?
Your question stems on a number of different topics that our system planning team would be better to answer, because they're the ones analyzing as the load is coming on the system, what the system can sustain, and making decisions on how to plan for that so that our system is not strained to a point that it's damaged.
Thank you. I understand that this may be more appropriate for the system planning team. However, is the company able to give a rough estimate of either a timeline or a measure of load that would be reached for this situation to occur?
I would refer back to the testimony provided by our system planning team as it pertains to the need. There were several components that were addressed by the system planning team that talked about when the capacity was reached on the system, and the position of Eversource is to ensure that some method is in place to address that additional load before the load appears. So if that's putting generators either on Eversource property adjacent to existing substations to add in that additional load, or if it's some other method, that is really what our system planning team analyzes to make sure that it's addressed.
And Mr. Wilmer, if you have further questions in this area, we do have, subject matter experts, as Ms. Benjamin's mentioned, that would be in a better place to respond. We can do it by record request or other means, depending on how much information you want to have in the record. So I leave it to you, but we want to make sure your questions are answered.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. I think I'll move on. Please refer to EFSB RS 22 parentheses 3.
I have it up. I'm not sure who you want to direct the question to, but.
I can ask it and the panel can decide. Here, the company shows that 3 parallel transmission lines along Broadway is problematic. And looking at this diagram, it appears that in order to reach Ames Street, and correct me if I'm wrong, there would be 3 lines leaving the new substation. However, the length of that would be much shorter. I'm not sure it's depicted here, but I'm looking at the blue and yellow line in particular. That needs to be extended to the substation. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Can the company please speak on how the company determined that this was acceptable on Broadway to reach Ames, but not Wadsworth? Is this something that's due to the length? Is there a certain length that the risk is mitigated? Or is it a situation where if at any point 3 transmission lines are parallel, for heat source reasons or any other reason, it creates a weak point regardless of length?
I can start answering that from a perspective of exiting substation lines, and I would like Ms. Klein to step in. Anytime we have significant infrastructure coming into a substation, you are going to see a congestion of transmission lines and distribution lines that we are working to manage and avoid in other parts of the system. It is unavoidable in any substation that we have, and it's our goal to spread out those lines as quickly as possible. So what you're seeing on Broadway is a requirement to, when having 5 duct banks coming out of a substation, that they have to co-locate until there's an opportunity to spread those out, which, as you see in our routing, we've spread them as quickly as possible. The other piece, when we were working on routing these transmission lines, the first thing we looked at is how can we successfully get 5 duct banks out of the station to reduce the mutual heating as much as possible. So that was the first step that we took, and that's why you see the transmission lines going in the directions that they're going in. Allie, can you please add to that response?
Sure. There's a few things I'd like to highlight. To Ms. Benjamin's point, with any of our stations, obviously we're going to have some congestion just exiting the station, which as we discussed, we try to, basically spider things out as much as we can as we get further away from the station. As far as the station itself goes, and looking at the 5 duct banks, as we've identified in the analysis, 2 of the lines we've had to increase to 2 cables per phase, the 2 lines going to Brighton, which is why the B2A line, a B2A duct bank, I should say, and the B29 are both carrying 1 circuit with 2 cables per phase, which was required due to the mutual heating impacts that came from the close proximity here, as well as some of the other heating sources that we've come in contact with along the line routes. We've also worked, the station, as Ms. Benjamin notes, not only has transmission, but also having significant distribution being installed. We've actually worked to have the majority of those duct banks leaving on the opposite end of the station from Binney Street. So we're trying to minimize those impacts as much as possible. And a lot of it is calculated risk. Obviously, with the station being where it is, there's an understanding that there's going to be an area around the station where there's going to be a higher risk of, possible multiple points of impact, which unfortunately just cannot be avoided with the physical requirement to, route all these duct banks into the station. We do maintain a 10-foot spacing between all 5 of the duct banks as we're exiting the station, either going to the west on Broadway or east for all 5 of the duct banks. The main issue on Broadway, we're noting on EFSB RS-22(3) that there's the 3rd duct bank, is not necessarily the concern about the mutual heating. It's more of a concern about the congestion that we found on Broadway in just trying to identify the one route for the K5A route that routes from the proposed station location to the 3rd Street Park, where we turn into the Volpe parcel that we've previously discussed. As we've also mentioned, we need to maintain at least a 10-foot offset for that, reliability's sake. And we do not believe that the congestion in Broadway will allow us to maintain that separation in Broadway. And that 10-foot offset also allows us to mitigate our concerns about mutual heating between each duct bank from a transmission perspective.
Thank you. Is this why route K5A seems to cut through the parking lot when taking that turn due to congestion of utilities?
Yes, we highlighted that earlier. It was a lot of our coordination with Matimco. We've actually done that so we can locate 2 of our vaults within the Volpe parcel on the future park, so that we, or I should say, due to the congestion in Broadway, we were having a lot of challenges in locating those 2 vaults because of their significant size and the existing infrastructure in Broadway. So not only if we were to route 2 more duct banks down the stretch of Broadway, would we need, to install those duct banks, we'd also need separate splice points for the other 2 duct banks as well. As Mr. Abdullah mentioned, we try to install those vaults as close as possible, the first set of vaults as close as possible to the station.
Right, so we would typically, we would typically try to solve the congestion challenge with depth, like an increased depth to a new duct bank. Specifically for the intersection of Broadway and 3rd Street, there is a cluster, just a coming together of a lot of the distribution infrastructure in the area, like intended to feed various customers. So there were, the location of the manholes in the Volpe parcel were twofold. One, to avoid the mutual heating with distribution, and secondly, to find a space, right, where we could install two manholes, because we just could not find that space in that stretch of Broadway and still find our way onto 3rd Street. And we commented earlier, and we were talking about the recommended additional routes and how that would introduce 2 more duct banks, possibly stacked, and 4 more manholes. And so that was, given the investigation and the analysis and the engineering and coordination challenges that went into locating the 2 K5A manholes off of Broadway, we had enough data and information to readily, kind of respond to the recommended routes to go further down Broadway and then turn onto Wadsworth Street, because we had done, a deep dive into trying to locate only 2 manholes. So.
And Mr. Wilmer, if I can just correct myself, I believe when I was talking about the distribution lines leaving the station, that I said some of them were going out the back of the station on Binney Street. Actually, it's all of them. We've located all of them to go out the backside of Binney Street to avoid the mutual heating between the distribution lines and the transmission infrastructure at the station.
Does the company find that it's easier or less problematic to combine lines of a similar type? Or was that an analysis based on the spacing necessary between transmission or distribution lines?
Well,
go ahead. That's a really good question, and was one of the pieces that was carefully vetted when we were first determining if the station would work. We knew it's preferred that there's a 30-foot offset between transmission and distribution due to the potential heating. So because of that, the determination was made for this substation that there needed to be a distinct separation between the distribution and the transmission cables exiting the station. Go ahead, Mr. Abdul.
Yeah, I would just add that the transmission and the distribution are just operated differently. So the distribution, duct banks and the infrastructure that's installed in the conduits is intended to, the capacity they introduce is really about the space that is in their duct bank. And then as load comes online, they'll bring in a new circuit. But typically the reason they're using the EPR cable is so that they can carry heavier loads to the customer directly. From a transmission standpoint, we're really looking at the horizon and trying to bake into the cable itself the capacity to grow over time, given the infrastructure that comes online and the station loading needs. But the distribution is direct to the customer. So the way that they'll operate will just result in the distribution cables running hotter, as an operating standard. So those were the inputs that we kind of baked into the transmission analysis when we're looking to size our conductor to meet the actual need. Those are just some of the inputs, and those were internal, but it took a lot of coordination because the operation, the design, et cetera, is done so differently from distribution to transmission, just given the design criteria.
Thank you. Can I please refer the company to EFSB RS 20(1), page 2?
I'm there. Thank you.
Thank you. On the bottom portion of the first paragraph, it reads, utility conflicts in Albany aren't much different than Vassar. The position of the city is to stay on Vassar, excuse me, and not use Albany. Who made this characterization about the utility conflicts in Albany aren't much different than Vassar?
This statement was made by, if you'll see on page 1, staff from the city of Cambridge, Mr. Jim Wilcox. He is the engineer with the Department of Public Works with the city of Cambridge and is extremely knowledgeable about all of the utility infrastructure across the city of Cambridge.
Thank you. Is it the company's, to the company's knowledge, was that statement and recommendation to stay on Vassar and not Albany due to knowledge of the type of utilities involved in each street, or due to a number of utilities in comparison with each other?
I was part of the conversation with Mr. Wilcox, and Mr. Wilcox is specifically looking at the different types of infrastructure and the importance that they serve to the city of Cambridge as a whole. The city remains concerned with the use of Albany Street as it pertains to the MWRA sewer line. The city, as it notes here, is also looking to use a portion of Albany for their own infrastructure. The city has asked us a number of questions about what is required for a transmission line siting. So in the past, we've gone over the concerns about heat sources with steam lines, and any other points that need to be co-located. So I would say the city is very educated on how our transmission designs have come about. We've met with them regularly. And so this response is taking into consideration the type of infrastructure and how much infrastructure is in the streets.
And Mr. Wilmer, I would just add to further clarity, I think is provided in RS 20 Prens 2, additional meeting notes where Kathy Wilcox from the city was also participating, and she provided some additional perspective and her thoughts on Albany Street, which you'll see there in the first page of those September 11th minutes.
Thank you. Please refer to EFSB RS 26 on page 4.
Mr. Wilmer, I anticipate this will be a traffic question. Is that a reasonable assumption?
That is correct.
Mr. Sutton, are you available? I don't know if Michael is online, Mr. Wilmer.
He appears to be online. He's just, I saw his video up earlier, although he hasn't activated his audio.
He said he can join in 5 minutes. Could we delay this specific question?
Sure, we can circle back.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmer. We appreciate that.
Please refer to EFSB RS 22, page 9.
All set.
The company states that the MIT proposal to use Albany Street as a variation would require installation parallel to the Red Line subway tunnel on Main Street between Galileo Galilei Way and Albany Street. What has the DPW expressed as its main concern for installing utilities above the Red Line tunnel on Main Street along the roughly 500 feet between Vassar Street and Ames Street as referenced in the analysis volume 2 appendix 4-1?
I can start answering this question and look for support from Mr. Howard and my engineering colleagues. Main Street is a point that the city of Albany has brought up. I'm sorry, the city of Cambridge has brought up since our first conversations back in 2020. The red line does go down the street, and therefore all of the utility infrastructure is, as I think Mr. Wilcox had stated in our conversation, is packed into either side of the red line. So because of that density, there's a lot of concern as to whether we would be able to fit a transmission line in on either side of the red line while we parallel it down the street. I would say that our assessment has confirmed the statement from Mr. Wilcox and his continued feedback with us. And that does create a concern that needs to be managed or designed around with the feedback and support of the MBTA. Anything to add to that, Mr. Howard? I know you're in these meetings with me.
Yeah, I would just say we talked a little bit about this earlier in the morning, Mr. Wilmer. That was one of the routing preferences we identified early on because of the constraints posed by installing and operating a new transmission line parallel and longitudinal to the Red Line subway tunnel. So where those opportunities existed through our routing analysis, we sought to avoid and minimize those occurrences.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Wilmer?
Yes.
Mr. Sutton is available now, I believe, if you want to ask him the questions you had related to EFSB RS 26.
Yes, I'll finish on the red line and circle back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
When the company approached the MBTA, it seems that it was in reference to Main Street shortly after the red line crosses the Charles River. So I guess my question wasn't referencing running parallel as in side by side, but rather if it's possible, trenching above. And I understand that that would be relative to the clearance, but from what I understand on the record, there is no exploration of that on the north side of, let's say, Ames Street or northwest. So is the company aware of any specific clearances required by the MBTA for work requiring excavation above a subway tunnel?
So are you referring to the MIT's proposed route on Wadsworth and how it needs to cross? No.
No, I understand that the company has been in discussions with the MBTA about the Red Line Tunnel. However, from my understanding, those discussions have been regarding a segment of Main Street that is relatively close to where the subway tunnel makes entrance into the city of Cambridge. And I'm wondering, beyond that, as the subway descends underneath the city, at what point where is the line of these concerns with the Red Line subway tunnel? I imagine eventually it gets to a depth where it's not as problematic and that the installation of utilities would not happen parallel, but rather above the tunnel. And if the company is aware of any clearances that the MBTA would require for construction above a tunnel.
That's a very good question. And I would think that the requirements to be adjacent would be similar to being above. So I'm hoping Ms. Klein can elaborate on our conversations about the MBTA requirements.
I mean, as far as routing above the tunnel, I think we would only need to complete test pitting to confirm whether that would be possible. And obviously we need to, loop back with T to confirm, once we've refined our design, that they would be amenable to that work. I believe at the location where we're currently proposing to cross the tunnel along Main Street for the preferred routes, and Mr. Eck, please correct me if I'm wrong, my recollection is that the test pit data to date has shown that we do have available clearance to cross above it. And that would be our plan for all of the preferred routes, B29, B2A, and P13. As discussed earlier, the tunnel continues to get shallower, to your point, as it gets closer to its entrance into Cambridge. After it goes over the Longfellow Bridge, the tunnel is much shallower as you move further east. And without having the data, the expectation would be that at the proposed Wadsworth Street crossing, for example, that the tunnel would be too shallow with the existing congestion for us to cross over it, which, as we discussed earlier, would require a trenchless crossing underneath the Red Line tunnel to get from one side of the proposed MIT alignment to the other. I don't know, Mr. Eck, is there anything you want to add to that?
I think Ms. Klein covered all the major points, and again, I apologize because this is going to be more from memory, but I seem to recall a discussion with the MBTA with regards to this, and it didn't come across as favorable response. But again, this is just my memory, and frankly, I wouldn't trust it. But in general terms, if there was a path forward with the MBTA to be above their tunnel, as Ms. Klein indicated, we'd still have the additional complexity of how we cross the Grand Junction corridor, because there wouldn't be the sufficient depth. Even if we were just going to do an open cut of some sort, the depth that we need to perform such an operation wouldn't be there above the tunnel. So we'd still have to depart off of that corridor. And again, from the congestion we've seen, there's still a lot of difficulties and complexities to be dealt with in trying to establish a feasible design.
Thank you, Mr. Eck. I'm just trying to establish the constraints on the record without getting further along into other constraints. I was just wondering, regarding the Red Line tunnel, it seems like there might be a distinction east of Ames Street as the tunnel gets closer to the Longfellow Bridge. Due to the shallow nature of the tunnel, those roadways are not available for trenching, whereas where the company proposes to cross Main Street at Ames or along Ames Street, west of that perhaps is not as problematic in regards to the Red Line tunnel. What depth, if the company knows, is the Red Line tunnel where it proposes to cross along Ames Street?
Before we get into that, can I just respond to the last thing you noted? Just to clarify, I think your characterization is correct, except for, as we discussed, even though it's getting deeper as we go further west down Main Street, the main challenge for the turn from Galilee Way up Main Street and then onto Albany is the existence of the Grand Junction Railroad, which would complicate that installation, because we'd have to not only worry about the tunnel, which we theoretically could go over at that location, But as we discussed earlier, and as Mr. Eck just pointed out, we would have to figure out how we would install a casing at a certain depth as required by the MBTA underneath the rail. So that would most likely have to be done using a trenchless crossing of both the Red Line Tunnel and the Grand Junction corridor due to existing congestion.
Thank you
Right,
for the
so-
clarification.
So going above the Red Line Tunnel pushes you up, right? Where you're talking about the clearance from grade to the top of the tunnel, going under the Grand Junction, and the requirement through the T Directorate pushes you down. And so that's basically the complication that Ms. Klein is alluding to. And so to solve that, trying to go under everything and find entry and exit pits to facilitate that installation is the challenge there, with going longitudinally parallel to the tunnel for that 500-foot stretch on Main Street.
Thank you for the clarification. I may not be able to visualize entirely the routing as it pertains beyond Main Street at this moment. I just wanted to clarify for the record the constraints of the Red Line Tunnel and what those conversations have been with the MBTA, and if they have gone outside of the roughly 500-foot segment of Main Street east of Ames Street.
We did, so as we've mentioned before, when it comes to working with MBTA, they're very focused on the specific location that we're either looking to cross or co-locate with their infrastructure. Their guidance is site specific. So any conversations that we've had with MBTA in general have been, look at our directorate. This is the required offset. These are the required construction methods, and work to fall within those. So if the red line is deeper, we would look at making sure that we could maintain those offsets by going above while also navigating the other infrastructure. And their feedback has always been, when you know where you are specifically going, come back and talk to us about those specific locations. So that's been our practice, to say, we want you to be aware of the project. These are the general locations that we're looking at. They say, okay, great. This is where we're thinking of having projects, or we don't have like maintenance work, and come back to us when you know where that specific piece is, and we'll talk about it.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamins.
Welcome.
Just to wrap up, is the company aware of a specific clearance requirement above an MBTA tunnel? Or, as you were mentioning, that's case by case and at the discretion of the MBTA?
Anything that requires co-location within a certain proximity of an MBTA line requires coordination with them. And so anything located in the same street, we would need to get concurrence from MBTA. And if the street is owned by the city of Cambridge would also require for us to get that concurrence.
So to be clear, there's no depth or location along any subway tunnel in which the company can consider it of a large enough offset where it does not become a concern, because looking at it almost in the perspective of air rights, the MBTA, anything above their tunnel must be dialogue with them regardless of the distance.
So just from an engineering standpoint, right? If, to Ms. Benjamin's point, when we start the interaction, we are giving an overall kind of locus of where we're going to be, all the streets, where we've kind of, based on the study area, the universe of routes, where we cross their infrastructure, similar to crossing anyone like anyone else's infrastructure. And so when she says, we come back to them and say, here's where we're going to be, and they say, hey, go back and look at what that would take for you to do that. When we're looking at the directorate, from an engineering standpoint, we're looking to remove or mitigate like any like impact that we would have on the infrastructure. So just kind of understanding what it requires from a distributed load, right? Just being in the roadway standpoint, that's where the design would start. So there is some understanding, but it's kind of based on engineering and, you know, soil stability in the area, maintaining the structural integrity of, you know, a tunnel, et cetera. But it's kind of a shot in the dark until we do get that feedback from the rail owner. But it's not necessarily, you know, one-sided where we're just kind of waiting on approval. We do have some project experience and we do have some qualified engineers to start that conversation and get us located in space. Once we're located in space, then we're tweaking that alignment, short of a, you know, something that we do not know, where the rail owner may say, no, you can't go there because there's other infrastructure or something. So there's a start, but it's just based on, you know, best engineering practice.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. I asked these questions because I could not find an answer in the directorate specific to tunnels and clearances. I do understand the company is in frequent dialogue with the MBTA regarding any potential intersections or proximity to their property. I'd like to circle back to the question presented earlier on EFSB RS 26, page 4. This is regarding the traffic question.
I'm on page 4.
Okay. The company states that the work zone score is increased based on traffic volume thresholds should volumes exceed 500 vehicles per hour, and that automated traffic recorder data collected on Ames Street between Broadway and Memorial Drive indicates less than 500 vehicles per hour on Ames Street during off-peak traffic periods. My question is, why is the traffic volume used for reference here based on off-peak traffic periods?
Sure, I can answer that. It's based on off-peak traffic periods because that's when we would likely be doing the work. Typically, roadway work, or work within the roadway, I should say, is not allowed during peak traffic periods, which is, you know, your typical morning and afternoon commutes from, say, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Of course, they vary depending on where you are, but those are the typical peak hours within the general Boston area.
Thank you. And in that case, since the company is not allowed to conduct work during peak traffic, is this a situation where, as if the company is performing work during the day, as say 3 p.m. approaches, the company will then halt the work and perhaps cover it with metal plates to allow traffic to resume in such a way that it doesn't affect traffic? Is that why peak traffic is not taken into account?
Correct. The way the project is evaluated is a zero impact for peak traffic periods. Therefore, everything is looked at purely during off-peak traffic periods, which, as I stated earlier, is somewhere between, say, 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Thank you.
The intent, just to further clarify your statement, the intent is indeed to stop work early enough to facilitate covering of the trench and securing of the work area so that that roadway can be reopened to its full capacity during peak traffic hours.
And I guess I'd like to add to Mr. Sutton's testimony that, that's a study based on typical practice with the communities that we're working with and targeting for this study. But, final decisions in terms of work hours and conditions of those permits are still not received from the communities that we'll be working with, and those are discussions that are still outstanding as part of our ongoing coordination. Again, there may be certain areas that they might have interest that we have extended work hours in order to expedite the work in those particular locations for any particular reason. And just want to point out that, while the study is kind of setting a baseline of those expectations, the final coordination and decision on work hours and final work practices haven't been finalized yet with each of the communities.
Thanks, Chuck. That was a good addition. I appreciate that.
Mr. Sutton referenced the term zero traffic impacts. In the case where the company is not able to have a situation of no impact to traffic, would the counts used still be off-peak, or would the company then use peak traffic counts?
I can expand on that a little bit. By zero impact, I mean no reduction in roadway capacity during peak periods. It's always the company's intention, to the greatest extent possible, as Mr. Eck explained, to not have any impacts to the roadway that would reduce roadway capacity during peak commuting or traffic periods. Of course, there are some examples where that may occur based on feedback from the agency or municipality with jurisdiction over that particular section of roadway, for whatever reason, as Mr. Eck stated. But the intent is to not have any impact during the peak periods to the greatest extent possible. Now, if we had an area where we knew we were going to need to work during peak periods, the work hours and any particular impacts would be worked out with the municipality or agency that has jurisdiction over the road during permitting. It's not something that would be looked at as part of our charge in the evaluation process.
So in this particular case of the company and its analysis of Ames Street using off-peak traffic periods, is it fair to insinuate that the company does not expect to have any impact on capacity during peak hours?
If I can step in here, we will work with any city or street owner to address that, as we've talked with the city and they're aware that the shorter the work hours, the longer the duration of construction, and the city may make a decision that they want to work with us and develop a robust traffic management plan to manage any traffic considerations that may happen, and have Eversource work longer hours to have the work done on a shorter number of days. So as Mr. Eck discussed, we haven't worked through all of those details yet, but in the case of several municipalities, the decision has been made, work longer hours so that you're in the street a less reduced number of days.
Understood. Thank you. I understand the company is unable to determine the route that will be taken at this point in terms of reduction to capacity. Does the company have the peak traffic data available for Ames Street?
We didn't segregate out the peak hour traffic volumes, as that was not our charge as part of this evaluation, but we do have the raw data for the traffic periods while we were doing our data collection program. And I believe that has been provided as part of an information response. I'm not sure off the top of my head which one right now, but I believe we did provide all the count data that was collected for Ames Street in particular.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
No problem.
Does the company, since it's unable to determine whether it's going to have to reduce lane capacity, is it fair to say that standard practice for the company would be to use the off-peak traffic in a best case scenario?
I would say the most typical. And of course, there will be capacity reductions during off-peak traffic hours while we are working. Yeah, I would say that's the case.
And when calculating the work zone score, these are always based off peak, or only in the case where it's not absolute that there will be a lane reduction?
As stated previously, we typically are only allowed to work in most of the locations during off-peak traffic hours. Therefore, that's what our evaluations have been built on this and other projects in the past.
Has the company found itself in a situation where it knows beforehand that it will not be possible to accommodate traffic without a reduction on given work?
I don't believe so, because at this level of evaluation, we don't have a hard design or location within any of these right-of-ways. So we just look at the roadway curb to curb as one potential location, and it's evaluated on a whole roadway approach and not any individual lane or location on the roadway, which is how you would arrive at that decision on whether or not you needed something more complex from a construction or a traffic control standpoint to be able to execute your construction plan.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. I have nothing further on traffic. Moving on to the next question.
Mr. Wilmer, if I could.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to state, one of my colleagues made me aware that we provided the traffic count data as part of EFSB, the response to EFSB-RS-11. And I thank the team for their assistance.
And earlier was stated that the peak traffic was not separated out as it is with off-peak, but all of the traffic data is present there. Is that correct?
Correct. Our peak hour calculations were not provided. We provided the raw traffic data from the ATR collection that was done as part of our count program.
I'm sorry, that was done as part of what?
Our count program. Sorry, Alan.
Mr. Sutton, are you aware of any route or road where the peak traffic was segregated and provided?
Not as part of our work, no.
Okay, thank you. I think we're approaching our 3 o'clock break, and I think it would be best to, well, up to Ms. Sharkey, but I would like to pause before entering the next questions.
Sure, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Wilmer. Why don't we take our break now and come back at 10 after 3.
Presiding Officer Sharkey went, before we go back on the record, and I know everyone's not back yet, but I just wanted to let you know that we filed our motion for leave to file testimony. So
I did see that, and I think I was going to ask you to just briefly acknowledge that on the record and state again which you did in the motion, the city's intent in presenting the pre-file testimony at plans, and hopefully given kind of where we are in the timing of the schedule, I think I'd like to address it on the record today, and given a fairly short turnaround time, both for you to submit your testimony and for the intervener witnesses to come on as scheduled.
right. I suspect it won't. Oh, okay, we can talk about it on the record, but I don't think it's not gonna be detailed, long testimony. It'll be a lot like what Somerville filed. So I don't think hopefully it shouldn't delay anything. That's certainly not our interest.
Sure. Let's just address that when we go back on the record.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Donna, before we go back on the record, is the intent to go to 4 today or like 5 or so as we did? I just need to make arrangements with some of the members of the team, depending on what the expectation is.
I think we'd like to shoot for 4.
Okay.
But if we go a little longer, a little shorter, but that would be the goal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go back on the record, please. Before we resume with Mr. Wilmer's questioning, I'd just like to acknowledge for the purposes of the record that we did receive the City of Cambridge's motion to submit pre-filed testimony. And it will be helpful, I think, if Mr. Olson could briefly address the motion on the record.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Yes, we filed a motion. It's a 1-pager that basically asks for a leave to file brief testimony by the city regarding the project and the routes that are being discussed, primarily based on recent discussions that have been ongoing between MIT, Eversource, and the city, and just given developments in those discussions, we'd like an opportunity, as I said, to submit brief testimony. MIT and Eversource have assented to the motion, and I expect, as I said, it'll be very brief. I think a lot like what the city of Somerville filed in its pre-file testimony is what we have in mind.
And I think that in light of certainly the testimony today regarding discussions that was offered by Eversource in terms of the talks between the City of Cambridge, MIT, and Eversource, that would be helpful to provide us with additional information regarding those discussions. At this point, I'd like to grant the motion. And I too am hopeful that it will be brief but informative, and that you would be able to file it by the end of the week, so that we would have it in hand, and perhaps would you be able to make your witness available after the MIT witnesses are scheduled to testify, present their intervener testimony.
Yes, yes, I'll confirm that, but yeah, we'll do what we need to do to make it'll be one witness and, yes, we can do that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Olson. We appreciate your cooperation and your willingness to offer a witness.
Thank you. And I appreciate council's willingness to consent to the motion as well. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wilmer, you're back on deck. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Referring to EFSB RS 24 Part A, the company refers to its concerns with constructing along the section of the Grand Junction Railroad corridor underneath the MIT Brain and Cognitive Sciences building. Did the company plan to follow the Grand Junction Rail corridor segment as much as possible while developing alternative S11C?
Could you please repeat which information request you're referring to?
Sure. EFSB RS 24 Part A.
And so you're asking about the cognitive building that's actually south of Broadway? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I'm referring to the MIT Brain and Cognitive Sciences building. And I'm asking if the company, in developing alternative S11C, if its intention was to follow the Grand Junction Rail corridor as much as possible, perhaps until reaching this point where it was deemed infeasible.
So if I'm remembering correctly from a geography standpoint, the MIT building that you're referencing is actually outside of the Somerville routes. It's more applicable to the Brighton routes that you're from that standpoint. When developing S11C, it was our goal to stay on the Grand Junction corridor as owned by the city of Cambridge to the greatest extent possible. So we headed directly out of the substation and immediately co-located in the Grand Junction corridor, which meant crossing a portion of city of Cambridge property to get to the actual corridor. Once the corridor transitions to Somerville, we were still looking to stay on that corridor within some private property before we crossed over into Somerville, or crossed on and entered into, looped back into the substation.
Thank you. I understand when I asked that question, these are routes that are serving different lines. However, I thought I recalled reading in the petition the potential issues of this building prior to alternative S11C being developed. So it was more following along the lines of route selection and why the company discarded Grand Junction Rail corridor, as you mentioned, south of Broadway from its inception.
Yeah, there is a component on the record. MIT did submit an information request to us that specifically asked about that building. We did carefully vet being able to co-locate a transmission line through that building because it's built around the Grand Junction corridor. And we weren't able to attain the offsets, nor did we think we could actually construct the line with the MBTA requirements going through that building. So that was part of what we vetted for the routes heading to Brighton earlier in the process. S11C does not have the same constraints, and that the portion that goes along the Grand Junction corridor does not have the same constraints that you see heading down the MIT campus area.
Thank you. Specifically, again, referencing this MIT Brain and Cognitive Sciences building, which I believe is serviced by steam lines, further complicating utility placement near it. Does the company have similar concerns along the Grand Junction corridor outside of this segment? Specifically, I'm talking about west of Pacific Street. I guess for a point of reference, that would be beyond Mass Ave and beyond Cross Street. It would be the next intersecting street that crosses Albany.
I believe that we were testifying to this earlier when my colleague, Miss Klein, was showing a map and the drawings of the area. Allie, would you be able to speak to this portion of the way? Thank you.
So, Mr. Wilmer, you're referring to specifically the location of the Grand Junction North corridor in proximity of Pacific Street?
West of it, nothing between Pacific and Mass Ave, but the remainder of the corridor.
So the remainder of the corridor, I don't believe there's a lot or any, looking at it, steam infrastructure, but as discussed earlier, depending on the proximity that we have between our duct bank and the steam infrastructure, it could be 1 foot, that we're paralleling it, that could be ultimately have an impact. So even if a long stretch of the Grand Junction corridor doesn't have steam infrastructure, if we're not able to maintain an adequate offset from it, even for a few feet at a time, that could still have a significant impact on the design of the line.
Ms. Klein, could you possibly screen share that map again?
Sure, I have it up. Please let me know when you can see it.
And could you possibly magnify it somewhat? Thank you.
You beat me to it. So this is, as you see here, Pacific Street. As discussed, the majority of the steam infrastructure that's shown in the survey data is east of Pacific Street, on the Grand Junction corridor between Pacific and Massachusetts Avenue. As discussed, we talked about this earlier, there are locations where, if we needed to shift the proposed alignment to obtain that 15-foot offset, for example, here where it's showing a 12-inch steam line, we'd be directly in conflict with it. And so, as I was saying, the main concern isn't necessarily that a portion of the Grand Junction alignment doesn't have.
I'm sorry, I lost a word there. So as I was saying,
the main issue isn't that the Grand Junction corridor or a portion of it doesn't have steam infrastructure. It could be just a small segment of it that could negatively impact the design of the line and the need for us to either upsize the cable or go to more cables per phase, depending on how hot it runs. There's also significant hot water infrastructure in the corridor, which we would need to work with MIT or whoever owns the infrastructure to obtain data on as to how hot that's running and whether that hot water infrastructure could also have a negative impact in adding an additional mutual heating source within the corridor.
Thank you. To clarify, the image you're showing right now, is this east or west of Pacific Street?
This is east, as we discussed, in looking at it going further west, I would agree that there's limited steam infrastructure going west of Pacific Street. But the point that I'd like to make is that even if a portion of it doesn't have the steam infrastructure, a very limited interaction with the steam infrastructure could have the negative impact that we're worried about. To take a step back and just discuss how we calculate our line ratings, with this type of technology, the cross-linked polyethylene cable, we're typically looking to identify a fuse point. And that's the point along the route where the heat is going to have the hardest time dissipating from the line to allow us to achieve our ampacities. The cables can run at maximum temperatures. For a solid dielectric cable, XLPE, that's 90 degrees C for the normal and 105 degrees C for the transient temperatures. There could be 1 foot of us paralleling a mutual heating source or multiple mutual heating sources, whether it's steam, electric, possibly hot water, depending on how hot that's running, that could either by itself or compounding altogether negatively impact the rating of our line. It could be one distinct location along the line route. It doesn't matter if it's 500 feet or 2 feet. The fuse point's identified, and that's the location where we calculate the ratings for the entire line.
Thank you. Again, I was looking to delineate the boundaries of acceptable areas for utility infrastructure, similar to the tunnel of the red line. So is it fair to say that west of Pacific Street, there is potential for transmission line placement?
I think there's certainly a more available corridor where we could, and maybe not just west of Pacific Street, I believe, as noted. And you can kind of see there's, dotted line here, existing hot water infrastructure that the current proposed alignment is proposing that we, we might need to relocate if this alignment was utilized to maintain that 15-foot offset, which I think we can start to achieve around here. That being said, you still have that 2,000 feet of the corridor to the east. That's going to provide a significant challenge, which we've outlined earlier. I'm happy to, reiterate any of those points if it would be helpful.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, Mr. Wilmer, was your question assuming that there weren't a constraint east of that location, or is it even given those constraints, is there an opportunity to site the transmission line west of Pacific Street on the corridor?
I believe your second point, I'm fully aware and understand the constraints east of Pacific Street. Just for the record, I wanted to clarify what the boundaries of what's feasible and what isn't along the entire corridor. That was the purpose of my question.
Okay, thank you.
And the one thing I'd add to that is, as we discussed earlier, I think I'd want to make sure we're focusing on that more holistic view. For us, even if a portion of the corridor, is more viable, the challenge is getting there from the station to that point, can't be necessarily set aside. It has to be seen as a holistic, from the start to the finish. So I think it's worthwhile to mention, but I just want to clarify that, we would need to look at this from, kind of talking about things being additive. The issues here, don't get cast aside if we have a more open portion, west.
I understand your point, Ms. Klein. Thank you.
And Ms. Klein, just for the purposes of the record, could you reiterate again the exhibit number for the plans we've just been discussing?
Of course. For the record, I have pulled up and I'm sharing my screen showing attachment COM-MIT-24 parens 1. And we've been going through all 7 pages.
Ms. Klein, if you don't mind, please keeping this image.
Sure.
Referring to EFSB RS-24, the company states that there are large buried concrete blocks within the proposed alignment. Does the company know what size these blocks are and the number of them? And if you are able to, could you please locate them on this drawing?
This is just one example. This is page number 7 of that attachment for the record. There are buried blocks identified, I believe, on this page here and elsewhere along the route. I don't have any detail as to the size or the, what, why these concrete blocks are here. Right now, the data that we have is from the MIT exhibits. So we'd have to, if we were to complete a full design of down this corridor, we would need to do, extensive survey on our own, as well as engage with the MBTA further to identify exactly what the infrastructure is that's shown here, as well as possibly do, test pits in the future.
For the record, could you please state which segment of the Grand Junction corridor we're looking at right now?
This is the segment just west of the turn off of Mass Ave. And I believe it also, as you can see, it continues further west down the corridor where a portion, I think you can see it, where the MIT proposed alignment is not overlapping it. The buried concrete blocks that are within the MIT main track easement as shown in the attachment where MIT is proposing to route the duck bank.
Thank you. Are you aware if these concrete blocks are limited to the section already deemed infeasible between Mass Ave and Pacific Street, or are you aware of their presence in other sections of the corridor?
As I mentioned, the only data that I have is what is currently captured, on the buried concrete blocks, is currently captured within the MIT exhibits. My expectation as to where they're shown here is that they probably were only installed for segments along the easement. As stated, unfortunately, I don't have any more, data about them beyond that, but I can say, as you can see throughout the drawings, that they are present in the area where we feel it's like they end approximately around what's shown as about station 134, maybe 75 of these drawings. Within the portion of the alignment that we would be most concerned about constructing, where the congestion is very extensive, and to maintain the 15-foot offset, the company has a lot of concerns about being able to maintain that offset without having to replace extensive infrastructure. And obviously we would need to coordinate with the MBTA before removing or doing anything in proximity of the concrete blocks.
Thank you. For the purposes of clarity, given that the section between Mass Ave and Pacific has been identified as challenging for a number of reasons, please assume that any discussions going forward about the Grand Junction Rail Corridor are questions referring to west of Pacific Street for the record. Is the company aware of any existing utilities underneath the proposed path for the multi-use trail?
When you say multi-use trail, you were still referring to west of Pacific Street, not the multi-use trail that we're proposing to utilize for S15?
Yes, please. Actually, that's my next question. So if you want to speak on both, that's fine.
Okay, well, I guess we'll start here. As previously stated, the only, the most extensive data that we've seen is what's been provided in the MIT exhibits. I'd identify that west of Pacific Street, there's a 10-inch hot water supply that's in conflict with where MIT is proposing to align the duct bank, as well as I think in looking at the raw data that was captured in, I believe it was COM-MIT-3 in one of the attachments to that document. There also seemed to be an electric duct bank that was in conflict for a part of it that can't be seen because it's underneath the red line. And this extends west, at least, you can kind of see it until approximately station, 124, where they're still in close proximity, where we, would need to ensure.
I'm serious, where they're still what?
We still have the concerns about the overlap between the existing 10-inch water supply where MIT is currently proposing that we might need to replace or relocate that infrastructure to maintain the 15-foot offset from the track. Further west from there, it certainly from this survey data, it looks relatively open. As you can see here, there are a lot of existing utility crossings that, as Mr. Abdullah described earlier, we would need to most likely jack and bore underneath because we would not be able to install sheet piling in this proximity with the required depth that would be required here. For the rest of the alignment, as you can see, it is fairly open, but as previously discussed, for us to do any significant design, we would also need to we would need to acquire our own extensive survey data to quality level B to actually complete a plan and profile design along this alignment. So per the data we've received from MIT, it does look like there's an, such an open corridor west of Pacific Street, minus the infrastructure that I mentioned earlier. But we would need to do extensive additional survey and test pit work to confirm that an alignment down this corridor would work.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. In the interest of time, and that's all I'll need for this exhibit. Thank you for sharing your screen.
Sure, no problem.
I'm going to move on to questions regarding the MBTA. The company shows on EFSB RS-22(1) that there is a potential future additional rail line along the Grand Junction corridor. When was the company made aware of this additional rail line?
I can first speak to that, and then I'd like my colleagues to chime in, specifically Mr. Wells. When we were talking to MBTA about the use of any of the rail corridors, specifically the Grand Junction corridor, this is something that they told us immediately when we first mentioned possible co-location, and that any routes would require for us to maintain that offset. If you can picture what Ms. Klein was just showing, for a majority of that rail line, you do see two tracks and they join together into a single track. That is where one of the locations where the MBTA would look to be expanding and including that second track. And the overall goal is to allow for another commuter rail to go into the area between Boston and Cambridge. That is something that's way off into the future, but that the MBTA is looking to preserve space for that project. Mr. Wells or Mr. Howard, can you elaborate on that?
I can. More specific to the question you proposed, Mr. Wilmer, regarding the date. I refer you to EFSB RS-22, page 414, last paragraph. About halfway down that last paragraph, Mr. Wilmer, we make reference to a March, let's see. We make reference to a September 21st, 2020 site visit with Mr. John Ray from the MBTA regarding a future, what he called an indigo line along that same rail. We may have heard about it before then, but that was a specific reference from a site visit we did with the MBTA on that date.
Could you please repeat the year, September 21st? What was the year?
2020,
Thank you.
according to EFSB RS 22.
Thank you. I'm not as familiar where the rails converge into a single line. What point along the corridor does this occur?
The lines converge into a single line just before they cross underneath Memorial Drive.
Just one moment, Mr. Wilmer.
Sure.
Thank you.
Is it fair to state that where there are two existing lines, there would not be a third? Did I understand that correctly? It's an additional line to where they converge into one.
I would be speaking for MBTA. That was my understanding of the intent, but we haven't gone into real depth of conversation where a majority of the conversations have stemmed around is that if you are heading along the single line after you cross underneath Memorial Drive, there is a bridge, a railroad bridge that carries a trestle bridge that carries the railroad line over the Charles River into the city of Boston. There is a second bay on that bridge that is intended to be used for that second line. And we entered into really detailed conversations with MBTA about utilizing that second space for a transmission line to cross the Charles River in that location. So we vetted that to incredible depth. And that is where we got the understanding that this space would be reserved for the second line.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamins. Is the company aware if this additional rail line would be at odds with the proposed Cambridge multi-use community path?
From my understanding, the multi-use path is being developed in cooperation with the City of Cambridge, MIT, and MBTA. Any space that's being utilized for this could not interrupt the existing or the future operation of the MBTA lines. It is a goal of the City of Cambridge to have an additional train carrying people from Cambridge to Boston. So I don't think that they would propose something that could potentially compromise this future goal.
Thank you. The company states in EFSB RS 24 at the bottom of page 1 that the density of existing perpendicular infrastructure and proximity to the MBTA tracks would require that installation of sheet piling necessary for construction along rail corridors. Does the company have experience with this construction technique?
So, the construction technique being like installing duct bank along a parallel stretch of rail, utilizing sheet piling to stabilize the soil?
Correct.
Yes, yes. I can't speak to how much experience, but I've been on a couple of projects where we've utilized that technique. Yeah, I'll also add that I'm not sure if you were on earlier, but you were on earlier, but we were talking through recent project experience when we were having the discussion around this stretch of Grand Junction. And like in that experience on a previous project, where we installed sheet piling and were parallel to the existing track, when we ran into perpendicular crossings, we had to utilize jack and bore like installations. And I want to say this run was about a mile. And we had to install 3 jack and bores, and it was much less utility infrastructure like along this corridor. But in order to avoid the existing infrastructure and also like abide by the directorate, we had to, when we went deep, have sheet piling along with jack and bore technology in order to maintain the stabilized soils at the depth that we would need to be in order to avoid the existing utility density.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah.
Welcome.
Does the need for sheet piling also exist along alternative S11C?
Mr. Eck, can you please speak to our construction requirements for S11C and S15?
Yeah, and again, this crossovers with this is a crossover with the design development, but our current, based on our current designs, we are required to install sheet piling to support the S11C.
Mr. Wilmer, was part of your question whether we have experience installing sheet piling with perpendicular utility crossings? Is that
No.
part of what you're just, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The company states in EFSB RS-22, page 11, as well as makes reference on EFSB RS-24, page 1, that the MBTA would require trenching to be a minimum of 15 feet from the tracks due to a 15-foot construction setback requirement from the closest rail line. Has the company discussed with the MBTA this 15-foot buffer as it pertains to Route S11C?
I can start the answer. I'd like Mr. Wells to speak to the coordination with MBTA, but we have, yes, been in discussions with them, not just about the success of co-locating adjacent to the rail line, but also we have to stay within the footprint of the future rail trail, we have to cross the Grand Junction corridor 3 times. So there's been considerable discussion on that point as well. So if Mr. Wells could start and we could bring in our other team members.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin. Mr. Wilmer, we have engaged with MBTA quite early on in the development of this particular route, inquiring as to, how far, maintaining the offsets and adhering to the directorate the best we can. And through the course of our discussions, we understand that we're supposed to be the 15-foot offset from the tracks, and we've integrated that into our design. And as we continue throughout our, the routing, and then certainly when it's time to actually license this, that type of coordination and those types of instructions from the MBTA are integrated into it. And the crossings that Maya spoke to have been really important to us to be able to accomplish this particular route in the crossing of the MBTA, or the tracks. That communication with MBTA has been key to help us to get to where we're at now. If they weren't on board with it early on, we wouldn't be able to get to where we're at today with that. So it's been really a lot of dialogue and communication with MBTA on that, the S11C routing.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Does the company have any experience constructing adjacent or parallel to MBTA tracks outside of this project?
Yes, we do. Mr. Abdullah, could you start answering this question?
Yes, we do. Are you looking for specifics like to? Oh,
No, I heard your testimony earlier that you had been a part of projects that were near rail tracks. I just wasn't sure if they were MBTA owned.
oh, that's a good question. I don't think I know that.
Okay.
I think about the directorate as applying to, railroads. So that would possibly be for Mr. Wells, but I would have to confer with him and let him know which projects, and maybe he'd have to look it up. So I'm not certain about that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it would require a little bit more time for me to, provide you with specific instances where we have parallel installations next to rail, whether that be MBTA, MassDOT Rail, CSX, any of the other rail owners for various projects. It would take a little bit of time for me to just look at that.
Okay.
But we do have experience with parallel installations in other areas.
Thank you.
Mr. Willard, do you want to ask a record request for that information?
Yes, Ms. Sharkey, I think that would be good. If the company could please provide reference to any previous conducted projects that are parallel or adjacent to MBTA tracks in particular. And if it would like to include any other projects in the case that there are none with the MBTA, that would be fine as well.
And that will be record request EFSB 28.
This will be my, final two-part question. Please refer to RS-22(3). This is the MBTA Railroad Operations Directorate. Section 1.03, titled Work on Railroad Property, item K. This is page 50 on the document, if it makes it easier.
Can you reference that again? I thought you said RS-22(3).
I may have that incorrect.
If I can
Go
butt
ahead.
in, I think I noted earlier, the document itself is labeled, at least individually, RS-22(2), but within it's labeled (3). I think there's just a mislabeling issue. So
Thank you, Ms.
you
Klein.
might need the (2) document.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And what, Mr. Wilmer, you said page 50 of that PDF, correct?
Correct. Page 50 of the PDF, item K.
Got it.
Okay. The last sentence of item K reads, construction operations closer than 15 feet to the closest rail of a track shall be conducted only with the permission of and as directed by a qualified railroad company employee present at the work site. Is the company aware of this language?
Yes, we are aware of the language.
Could you please describe your understanding of this language?
I think others can speak more eloquently to it, but the general intent of this language is that there are certain loads within the corridor of the rail that get carried. And within certain proximities to the rail, there are concerns raised by the MBTA that they hope to address by these notifications and having the appropriate personnel, so-called flaggers and others to supervise work in close proximity to these clearances.
Is the company's understanding of this language, does it include that it is not under any circumstance allowed to encroach within that 15-foot buffer to conduct construction?
Go ahead.
I would say it's not, it does state that construction operations closer than 15 feet shall be conducted only with the permission of and as directed by a qualified employee. So that's where anything within 15 feet must be designed and approved by MBTA before we're proceeding. And in our experience with some of these conversations to the directorate, there are opportunities where we can impede upon those 15 feet, and then others where we cannot. I would say a lot of it depends on the usage of the line. As we talked about on a previous day, the Grand Junction corridor is used more for maintenance of the railway equipment and is not used consistently to carry passengers. That gives us more flexibility to use an area and to impede upon the 15 feet, because as the beginning of the statement states that if you are within 15 feet, the railroad is considered obstructed, meaning they will not run lines or trains because they don't think it will be safe. Unless we can work through that. And in the case of our construction, and we've done this in crossing other lines, they will not run a train line if we are within that footprint. So all of those things need to be scheduled and carried out. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Benjamins. That, unless anyone has anything else to add, that concludes my questions.
Okay, let's go off the record. So, for the purposes of planning, we've been giving the parties an opportunity to do follow-up after the bench concludes its questioning on specific topics. I'd like to ask Mr. Dutour or Mr. Olson if they have any follow-up they'd like to ask.
Thank you. Not at this time. My plan, as I mentioned earlier, was to do all the cross next week we have the day scheduled for rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony. So I defer it to them.
Okay. Mr. Olson?
No, the city doesn't have any follow-up questions. Thank you.
Okay, so Friday, which would be the next hearing day, we're scheduled to do our discussion about the motions, starting at 10 o'clock, both off the record and then later on the record. I believe that the remaining part of the day would otherwise have been devoted to route selection questions. So is it my understanding that neither Mr. Dutour nor Mr. Olson would have questions on Friday with regard to this topic?
That's correct with respect to the city of Cambridge.
Yeah, that's correct. My questions would really all be on the additional discovery that Eversource produced. So again, my plan would be to do that next week when we have that day scheduled.
That's fine.
Well, Don, if I could just.
Mr. Rosensword, go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry, no problem. One thing I did mention is Ms. Klein is unavailable. Let's see, is that November 3rd? So, and I just want to make sure that that doesn't run into any conflict with the plan that Mr. Duttori just discussed. So, yeah, I had indicated that earlier in the hearing, one of the days on or off the
I must have
record.
missed it, sorry.
Okay, and so she's an important part of, you know, this panel and the analysis that might go into some of the issues that may be of interest to you. So I might suggest, depending on what your timing is and what your interest is, that your cross occur at a point in time when she's available, and she will be as part of the panel on the stand and available Friday, and Monday and Wednesday. Ally, is that right as well?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, so there is opportunity there. I know I leave it to you to figure out what might work best, but I don't want you to be in a position where you're surprised where one of our witnesses isn't available, and we would want her to be part of the panel when your examination occurs, because she has much of the knowledge. And
Are we off the record now, or are we on the record?
We're off the record.
we're off the record, John.
So did you say that she'll be available Monday and Wednesday? Did I hear that?
The next
Is
three
it Wednesday
hearings.
the day? Isn't Wednesday the day that was scheduled to do the
Rebuttal. I think so, because I believe Monday is essentially scheduled for the intervener witnesses.
Right, John, I'm just saying, if it was going to go run over or something was going to head into Friday and you were holding back cross, that's where we might have a problem. And I don't want that. Yeah,
I don't think so, David, right now. I don't think that, but thank you. I will. I've been so advised, and it's on me to make sure. Yeah, sorry.
Right. That's all, because I was understanding you to say that you were going to hold maybe your cross to the back end, and if the back end gets pushed to a time frame where Ally's not available, then that could be a problem from your end and from my end. I mean, I want her to be available in part of the panel that is subject to your examination, so that we have the right people with expertise and that have contributed to the process.
I can understand why I didn't want to dance. Just with this. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Understood.
Okay.
So let me ask you then, David, are you planning on doing redirect on Friday?
I would want to be in the position to do redirect at the end of any cross. Depends what day that occurs on. And at this point, we're pretty square. We either have nothing or negligible, but I can't say what will be adduced during cross-examination that might prompt the.
Well, let me put it this way, because there's been a lot of what we might potentially have considered rebuttal and certainly being addressed in some of the testimony that's been provided to date. So I guess my question is, in terms of what we've done so far and the company's direct case, are you planning to do any redirect on Friday after we've had motion session? We don't anticipate.
Oh, this Friday.
Have
I see.
this Friday.
I'm sorry. I was thinking. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I would need to debrief with the witnesses, but I think we're pretty comfortable with today's testimony. Just to make, it's a full day. So
yeah, I'm not asking for a commitment.
Yeah, it's either 0 or 10 minutes. In that range is the top end of what I'm talking about.
Okay, because given what Mr. Duttori and Mr. Olson have said with regard to follow-up cross-examination to date, it appears to probably everybody's surprise and excitement that we may have a somewhat short day on Friday. If it's basically the motion session, any cleanup direct. Right. And then I'm assuming what we're gonna do next would be to proceed with the intervener witnesses on Monday. And then rebuttal beginning on Wednesday?
Right, and my only question there is, I know Smitha had some follow-up environmental issues that she didn't get to or couldn't get to today. And whether that could occur or would occur on Friday, I just want to make sure we have the right folks available. She had mentioned that vibration and okay,
I think she's not going to be available on Friday.
okay,
She talked about maybe being able to do it as kind of a cleanup day. I believe it's very limited questions.
yeah, all right.
Would that be acceptable to you guys?
Yeah, so long as we know what day so that we have the right folks
Yep.
present. Yeah, that's fine.
Can I ask one question, David?
Sure.
And don't answer it, I mean, but at one point you had contemplated sort of an oral rebuttal from the witnesses, and I guess that would be the only issue I have on timing. Well, you know, A, if you're gonna do it, B, if it went all day, that would, you know, restrict my time. I think I only have maybe a couple of hours at most cross-examination right now, but I don't
Yeah.
know what other evidence, you know, the company's gonna put in.
Right, we're not planning on filing anything, John.
Yeah.
And so as it's occurring during the hearings, I don't know whether to call it further rebuttal or redirect based on your cross. I mean, that's semantics, right? And so that, I would just say that remains to be seen, but so far I'm not seeing much more that we have to say than what we have said already.
Well, that's what I was wondering. When we were talking before, you talked about there might be some oral rebuttal,
right?
You know, and if a lot, should maybe some of those topics have been covered. So that'd be the only caveat I have. If there's a lot of that, it might be pushed on Wednesday. If there's not, then I can finish my cross pretty easily.
Yeah.
But just think, I'm not asking for a commitment, but just kind of think, let me know if you can.
You have my best sense of it.
Okay.
That it was a full day on precisely the issues that would have been within the scope of further rebuttal or rebuttal or whatever you want to call it. But today was 90% focused on those issues, and our testimony was as it was. So
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just, I interrupted, I apologize. I had a question about scheduling, but I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh, no, go ahead, Mr. Olson.
I just want to make sure I asked, I'm trying to see when our witness is available. I was thinking it would be Wednesday is when she would be needed. It's probably going to be Kathy Watkins. Is that right? Or is it,
well, I mean, in theory, it would be Wednesday, but it also could spill into, Monday, but in theory, it could spill into Wednesday, depending on, you know, how long it takes for the intervener witness, all of the intervener witnesses to testify.
Right.
So if you could double check, if not, then I know you believe it's going to be fairly limited, in which case we might be able to do it on Wednesday regardless.
Okay, no, we can probably, I was just looking at the schedule and it said MIT direct examination on Monday and then staff questions. So, and any cross. So I thought that would be all day, but if that's not going to be all day, I'll see if she's available on Monday. That's fine. That's really what I'm checking on.
No, the only caveat I'd offer is, we haven't seen the testimony. It's possible we want a little more time to prepare. I mean, you know, that's the only thing I'd throw out there right now. If it's only a page or two, we could probably do any cross on Monday, but if it's more extensive, we might ask that the witness be available on Wednesday.
Yep, that's fine. We'll make it work. But I think it's going to be it might not be a page or two, but it's not going to be more than 2 or 3 or, you know.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Just considering all the contingencies, that's all.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
And in further probably unpopular topics to bring up, I would note we also notified the company, and I suppose this would be applicable to the other parties once they finally get on, is that we notified people that we may have additional hearing days to address questions raised by the responses to the record requests. And right now, we have no responses to the record requests, which I understand you were anticipating was going to take longer than normal. But that will in turn affect kind of probably, among other things, the potential end date of the hearings. So I'd like to remind everybody of that.
Nothing gets our attention like our own selfish self-interest, so.
Well, no,
So,
I'm happy with Andre. I appreciate that.
I understand you loud and clear, and we will endeavor to improve our track record.
It's not even so much, but you know, I mean, not that it's a huge number compared to some other proceedings, I suppose, but we are up to 28 by now. So I think with the number of record requests, the potential for additional days does somewhat increase.
Understood.
Okay. So Alan, can we go back on the record when you get a chance?
Wow.
Thank you. So we had an off the record discussion with regard to scheduling. I believe we will wrap today. With the board's questioning of the witnesses with regard to route selection. We will resume Friday morning with discussions related to the pending motions for supplemental notice. And then after that, we will resume to the extent necessary on any additional presentation of the witnesses on route selection. And then move on Monday to the presentation of intervener witnesses. Anybody has anything that comes up otherwise? Either email me or let me know at hearings on Friday. But I'd like to thank everybody for testifying today, and I look forward to seeing you Friday. Off the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.